Alright, welcome in everybody. One moment, I need to click a thingy. Okay. Anyways, welcome in everyone. I hope you are all doing well. I am very excited for today's stream. We're playing more of Our Life, and I love this visual novel so much already. So I'm super excited to play some more. And yeah, let's just jump into it. Because yeah, so we finished all the moments of step 1 last week. So now, on to the next one. Let's go. Okay. I'll never get tired of that view. I wouldn't either, that's a lovely view. You stood beside your mom's, Lizzie, You stood beside your mom's, Lizzie, and Cove as the 5 of you watched the sun dip into the ocean somewhere far, far away. You like to imagine it cooling off in the water, resting itself before getting ready to shine brightly again tomorrow. Oh, that's adorable. That was a fun day. I didn't know they had magicians on the shopping street now. Neither did I. Oh no, we are so dull. Let's get out more. You didn't do real magic, Mom. How did you figure that one out?
Duh.
Because I know that's not what real magic looks like. Oh, Lizzie dear, there's all kinds of magic in the world. Lizzie gave Mommy a suspicious look, but didn't dispute the claim. You look over at Cove, who hadn't said a word since you started home. He didn't look upset though, just content. You're aware he still hadn't quite warmed up to your parents. Well, we can't sit out here all night. Time to hurry home and get cooking. Who's helping with dinner? Lizzie wow, I can talk. Lizzie immediately let out a groan.
Ugh.
Mom, summer's almost over. The protest was obvious. You could practically see school on the horizon. Wow, try that again. You could practically see school on the horizon. You certainly didn't want to spend your last bits of freedom cooking dinner. You could do that any other day. What do we want to say? Put on your best puppy dog eyes. I don't know. Do we want to stay out and play or do we want to go home? We'll do the kind of neutral middle ground and just state the fact that it is almost over. You tried to be subtle about your little mumble, but you saw Mom look down at you from the corner of her eye and knew she heard. Yeah, it would be evil not to let us play until dinner. You weren't sure evil was a fair word choice, but nodded anyways. At times like this, you had to back each other up.
Please!
Soon we'll have homework and reading to do. We can't do work now, too. Lizzie made her case and then stomped her foot into the ground. You mimicked her, feeling that would add something to the argument. Well...
No.
Oh, come on, Pam. I can help you with dinner. Mommy leaned in for a hug, and you knew that you were very close to victory.
Okay.
But as soon as dinner's ready, you lot are coming inside, understood? Yes, Mom. Cove, dear, you're welcome to join us as well. You grinned at Cove and nudged his arm with your elbow. Cove gave a non-committal shrug to your mommy, which you took as an agreement. So much to do, so little time. Maybe I could still get the seashell bracelet at Times and Trinkets. Oh, or maybe the playground. Or the fireflies would probably be coming out, right? we're just gonna do our own thing. Lizzie had her own ideas of what she wanted to do, but what were you going to do? You glance over to Cove, considering. A strong gust of wind made you shiver. Lizzie huffed as she wrapped her arms around herself.
Rude.
That was a great response. Doesn't the wind know that summer's not over yet? That's all Lizzie said before, abruptly turning on her heel and heading off in the direction your mothers had gone. Where are you going? I'm going to my room. I have lots to plan if I want to make the most of tomorrow. You thought this over, looking off towards the water again. Lizzie didn't wait, and before long she was disappearing off down the road. Meanwhile, Cove was going... Wow, try again. Meanwhile, Cove was going in the opposite direction, heading for the beach. Obviously we're going with Cove. Especially since he's going to the beach. Who wants to go home where you could go to the beach? Cove gave you a smile that you couldn't help but return. He made a little gesture that you interpreted as follow me, and then started heading to the waves. Cove knelt down, picking up something you quickly identified as a smooth rock. You reached his arm back, then tossed it out into the water. Be impressed. It's kind of obvious what he's doing. We'll look for our own rock. Deciding to join Cove, you searched nearby for any rocks or shells that you could throw to. You found a small shell that would suit your purposes, a smile growing as you tossed it as hard as you could. It landed with a wet-sounding thunk a few feet away and slipped down into the water. When you looked over at Cove, he didn't seem to notice that his throw had been more impressive. Cove was looking down at his cast. Wow. Cove was looking down at his cast, scratching idly at the pink surface, even though you're pretty sure he couldn't feel it. His brows were furrowed and there was a frown on his face.
It's not fair.
It's not fair. I've had to wear this cast for ages. I can't even swim. When do you get it off? Cove shrugged and didn't say anything. For a second you thought maybe he didn't know, but finally he sighed. A few weeks. We'll sympathize with him. It's a while away. You hoped the upcoming weeks flew by for Cove. It was clear how badly he wanted it off. Cove let out a huff, plopping down into the sand. Can't believe summer's almost over. You sat down next to him and nodded in agreement, regardless of the sudden topic change. I don't want to go to school. I mean, I would. I don't want to go to a new school. I think it'll be the same school as you and Lizzie. My dad said something about that. Cool, you're gonna like it. Everyone's super nice. You'd only ever been to the one school, but you were sure that his old school couldn't have been that much better. Then again, he did have to make new friends and meet new teachers. It could be kind of scary. Cove shook his head, then wrapped his good arm around his knees as he drew them to his chest. You heard a sniffling sound, and when you took a good look at his face, you realized that his eyes were wet. Aw, poor baby.
I want to go home.
Aw. You never had to move before, but you thought you could understand. If you had to go to a new school all of a sudden, with all new people, you'd probably be dreading it too. Even though you sorta maybe understood, you still weren't sure how to help. Okay, I'll see you later. Cove gave his... okay. Cove gave his head a small shake. No, I want to go back home. Right. Cove wanted to go back to his old home. The one that sat waiting someplace far from here. The one he would bring up whenever he felt this sad. Oh. It had been a while since he had moved in, but he didn't seem to feel any better about being here. He settled back down into the sand, trying to... blah, blah, blah. I was reading it. My brain just started doing its own thing there. Let's try that again. He settled back into the sand, trying to consider what to do. Ooh. These are both good answers. This can be your home, or it'll be alright. We're gonna go with this one. We want him to feel at home here. It's a really nice home if you give it a chance. Oh, he looks so sad. Cove didn't respond to that. He just tightened his arms around his knees, resting his chin on them. You're not gonna leave, right? You'll still be around? Oh, of course we will. The question was a little surprising. Your parents would have mentioned if you were going to move or something, right? After a second, Cove gave a little nod. Once I get my cast off, we could go swimming. You were fine with him changing the subject again. Yeah, that would be fun. Cove smiled, then looked back at the waves. My dad keeps saying I'll get used to everything eventually, that I'll feel better then. It used to make me angry. I didn't want to get used to everything. He spared a glance over at Cove and saw the anger had slipped off his face in favor of something almost puzzled. But maybe that would be okay after all, as long as I really do feel better. I can't see it. You could remember, a long time ago when you'd first started going to school, you had absolutely not been okay with the idea of being away from your parents for most of the day, to listen to strangers tell you what to do and sit with kids you'd never met before. Things changing is hard. Oh, these are all good answers. We'll do this one. I'll make sure you do. Cove laughed just a little, but you grinned, proud that you were able to drag out. Wow. Cove laughed just a little, but you grinned, proud that you were able to drag one out of him when he was obviously feeling down. Even still, a second later, his eyes got a little misty once more. You got the feeling that they were different tears than the ones from before, though. I hope next summer I'll surf and go exploring and everything will feel like it's supposed to again. You will, it will. The two of you sat quietly, just taking in the sounds of the waves. You hoped that Cove would be able to accept this place as his new home. You definitely tried to help, in what ways you could. There were so many wonderful things here Cove probably hadn't seen yet. Lost in thought, you started a bit when you heard a faint, familiar sound. The sound of your mom shouting your name. You look over your shoulder, realizing it was probably time for dinner. Time had really gone by fast. You stood and dusted the sand off yourself. Mom's calling, it's time for dinner. You should come. Cove looked up at you, expression screaming reluctance, yet ultimately, okay. When you smiled, Cove returned it with one of his own.
Thanks.
It was nice where you were right then. But the two of you couldn't stay there in your own little world any longer. You were being called forward. So the both of you ran off towards your house, leaving the waves and summer behind. Oh, let's see. Do we want to update anything? Hmm. Oh, you can't see the earrings with this hair. I don't think so. I think we'll keep everything the way it is. Yeah. Let's see. I think we'll keep relaxed. Do we want to move up to crush now? Stick with fond. Oh no, do I want to move up or leave it where it is? Decisions. Let's move it up. We got blushy lines now. Or do we want to stick with fun? I don't know. I'm being indecisive. Oh, let's do crush. Why not? So, relaxed, and we have a crush on him. Yeah, I think that's fine. We developed a crush for him over the summer. Yeah. Relaxed and crush. Yes. Ooh, we can customize Cove now. Oh, he's so cute. Let's see, what options are there? I actually kind of like hair one the best. Glasses? Oh, those are cute. But I think no glasses. What shirts have we got? Yes, yeah, shirts. No, we're gonna keep that one. I like those ones. Oh man, look at his scar. That's impressive. We'll do that one. Oh, I like those ones. Those are cool. Yeah. I think we'll keep the hair and glasses the same. Sure, we'll go with those ones. Oh, that's a nice jacket. I want it. Okay, he's definitely keeping that jacket. That jacket's really cool. Oh, that's cool how the like a high neck jacket, but with the hood attached lower. I want that jacket. Like, for me, that's very cool. Okay. August ended, summer began, it was time to go back to school. Lizzie groaned and complained the entire first week. She hated going to classes. Still, there were interesting things to do that couldn't be done anywhere else. You weren't sure how Cove felt about it. He was enrolled that year. That was like a sign Cove would be staying in Sunset Bird for a while. At school, he was alright, but kept his distance from the other kids, from what you saw anyway. Whenever he could, Cove stuck to you like glue. He didn't even mind that much. Wow. He didn't even mind that much what you did to pass the time as long as it was together. Oh, it's so cute. Sometimes it was like things were exactly the same as when you had first met. But other times, as you got older, you couldn't ignore how the feelings had changed in a meaningful way. That year, the divorce of Cove's parents was finalized. You overheard your parents talking about it, saying Cove's dad got full custody. At first you worried that meant bad news, but oh no, it had made Mr. Holden cry apparently. Aww. Then you found out it meant Cove would keep living with his dad. He would only stay with his mom a few weeks of the year. Cove cried too, for different reasons, you thought. It seemed like Cove and his dad might move again, but Mr. Holden decided to stay after all. Mom asked him about it once. He had said he didn't want to uproot Cove's life a second time. Mr. Holden tried to get Cove Mr. Holden tried to get Cove to like Sunset Bird more. He kept encouraging his son to go out and see the place. Sometimes Mr. Holden volunteered you to spend time with Cove. He seemed very confident that it was an effective strategy. Cove never talked to anyone about what happened with his parents and withdrew whenever it was brought up. It was hard for him, yet nobody knew how to help. Eventually, Cove stopped crying on his own. You couldn't understand what had changed, but you hoped that you could help him feel better still, since even without the tears he looked sad. Maybe one day he could say out loud what he felt inside. After that, it felt like things had gone back to normal, except what was normal didn't stay the same. Years passed, and suddenly you were in middle school. You weren't a kid anymore. You were 13 years old. That officially made you a teen, even if your sister didn't agree. The toys and crayons that used to litter every free space in your room had been packed away somewhere, replaced by new hobbies. There were other changes too. Cove's cast got taken off. It was weird to see him without it initially. Underneath the pink plaster ended up being a long, thin scar that snaked across his forearm. Cove's chest puffed out in pride when someone drew attention to it. He also went through a major growth spurt. He was the tallest student in his class for 2 years in a row. Cove will probably hold that spot again next time. In class, people knew him for more than just being tall. He also stood out because of how well he did in gym and other athletic situations. Over the years, he began to open up more too. You saw him talking amicably with other kids or neighbors from time to time. And the only kid that came to visit the neighborhood when you were little. Well, try that again. And the only kid that came to visit the neighborhood when you were little, Shiloh, well, he was gone. He and his mom moved back south because of her work, just 1 year after Cove came to Sunset Bird. It had been really upsetting when he left. Lizzie was inconsolable for weeks, but no one talked about Shiloh anymore. It was a long time ago. You learned some heartbreaking things became less sad the further away they were, even if they had never gotten any better. That was sad in its own way. Things at home were different too. You still lived in the same house and all that, but it wasn't how it was before. Ma dyed her hair purple, wanting something new, and liked it so much she kept dyeing it. You remembered calling her Mommy as a kid, but something like that seemed awkward nowadays. You were much too old for the word. Lizzie felt too mature for a nickname too. She insisted everyone calling her Elizabeth, so you did. Your mom soon gave her permission to go Your mom soon gave her permission to go places other than the playground and the shopping street, which she took advantage of. You rarely saw her around the old neighborhood. In fact, she hardly spent time with you the way she did before. Elizabeth instead associated more and more with girls from school who were her own age. Maybe the difference between 13 and 15 was greater than the difference between 8 and 10. You started befriending new people yourself, like Derek Suarez. He didn't live in the neighborhood or go to the same school. What happened was his and Cove's dads struck up a business partnership a few months ago. Since then, Derek would pop up in the area now and then. It seemed Mr. Suarez was happy to let Derek tag along to his work, if Derek had the time for it. Without a doubt, everyone and everything around you had changed, in small and big ways. You had too. As time went by, though, it was easy to settle into this new normal. Then, before you knew it, school was over and summer vacation had come again. Ooh, I like the room. I love the color. The nice blues. Very nice desk. So pretty. It was the first day of summer vacation. The sun was as hot as ever, but you were inside and away from its harsh rays. To be more specific, you were... What were you doing? Snuggled up in bed, enjoying time off by sleeping in, or about to head out to enjoy your time off. Ooh, those are both good choices. Let's go head off and have fun. You made sure to slather on a generous amount of sunscreen so you didn't get burned. You were looking in the mirror, studying the clothes you'd thrown on when your bedroom door opened without warning. In the reflection, you saw Elizabeth raise an eyebrow. Oh, yeah, she has oranges on her shirt now. Have you been staring at yourself this whole morning? I'll say, could you knock next time? She ignored that, crossing her arms over her chest with a disgruntled expression. Clearly she hadn't come in just to see you. Your special boy is at the door, like he always is now. He's our special boy? He brought some happy summer gift from Mr. Holden. Mom wants you to take it from him, say thanks or whatever. You did not like the way she called him your special boy, but you knew by now that you did not like the way she called him your special boy, but you knew that wow, why can't I read? But you knew by now that saying so wouldn't stop her.
Come on.
Come down already. We'll say be right there. Elizabeth said nothing else and left, having done what was instructed of her. Now alone, you focused on the mirror once again. Okay, so how tall are we? Are we very tall or pretty tall? Let's go with pretty tall. Cove tended to be the only person around you who was even taller, at least among teens your age. I guess I would like her height. It suited you well in your mind. Then you put the finishing touches on your outfit while ruminating on the situation. Careless as they had been, Elizabeth's words piqued your curiosity. You planned on going over to see what Cove was up to today, so this worked in your favor. It was when you spotted your reflection that you realized you were smiling white. Aw, that's so cute! You were looking forward to seeing him. You left your room, taking an easy time down the stairs. Step 2, second chance. You spotted Mom first, reclining on the couch. She held a magazine in her hands, which she was perusing through. Morning, Mom. She looked up at She looked up at your greeting, a smile instantly appearing on her face.
Thanks.
Good morning, June. Thank you for coming down. Ma's at the door with Cove. He can't stay over today, unfortunately. Why don't you go and thank him before he leaves? You nodded and made your way to the front of the house. Just as she said, Ma was there making conversation. She must have heard you because she looked over her shoulder.
Oh?
Look who finally made it! Morning, sleepyhead. Ma reached forward and you knew she was about to pat you on the head. She was taller than average for an adult woman, so you were still a little in her eye. Wow. So you were still little in her eyes despite being big for your own age. We're just gonna subtly dodge. Ma didn't bother trying to catch you, she simply smiled. You're the last one down today, you know that? Life isn't a race, that's a good response. I was gonna stay longer, so you're welcome. We'll do life isn't a race. Funny. I don't think that excuse will work if you're late for anyone other than your mother, though. It's a valid response. With a small laugh, Ma stepped aside. Cove was just as you remembered, exactly how you came to know him to be. Oh, he brought a fruit bouquet? Tasty. He leaned uncomfortably to the side of your doorway as the longer strands of his hair idly drifted with the breeze. His features were pinched in embarrassment, and he shifted from one foot to another. He was holding what must be the much talked about gift. At first glance, you figured it must be a bouquet of flowers. Then you gave it a real look. No, instead it was carefully cut fruit. It made a lot of sense that it was actually from Cove's dad. You had to suppress a laugh at the showing. You couldn't imagine many folks buying that sort of thing for their own personal enjoyment. This is true. They're a fun novelty thing, but they're actually kind of disappointing once you actually start eating them. That kind of arrangement was built for the presentation, likely to impress whoever was inevitably going to receive it. It seemed no matter how long he lived here, Mr. Holden would keep going out of his way to be neighborly, and Cove would always be roped into participating. Oh, too cute. At the sight of you, Cove smiled, but there was some nervousness to it. Hey. You smiled back. You couldn't help thinking to when you first met Cove and how you became such good friends. Lately, though, you were starting to have different feelings for him. Hey, it's nice to see you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you too. His grip on the base of the gift tightened and your heartbeat sped up. Even if neither of you had spoken about it, both of you were aware something new was growing in your relationship. It was already shaping up to be another long summer. The best part was that the two of you had plenty of time to spend together and explore what was developing. Oh, it's so cute! His awkwardness over the task started to creep back in, so Cove nudged the gift closer to you. He was ready to be relieved of it. Your hands brushed over his just slightly when you took hold of the base. He flinched enough for you to know with certainty that he had noticed it happen. You couldn't help but smile to yourself, and with that, the gift was accepted. I hope you and your family like this. It's a pretty good gift. I think so anyways. He smiled earnestly. Oh, such a soft little smile. Dad spent a lot of time picking out the best size and design. There were so many options to choose from. We're too cute sometimes. That's a cute answer, but I don't know. It might be a little much. We'll just say thanks. You tell your dad we like the gift. Yeah. Mr. Holden's behavior really was different from any neighbor you'd ever had, though after 5 years you were used to it, or you were used to his antics, and you'd since made up your mind on what your opinion was. He was great and kind of handsome to boot. I mean, that's true. I'm not going to say that, though. He was nice. He was great. He was sort of funny. I mean, he is sort of funny. We'll say he was great. Because... Or he's nice. We'll go with he was great, sure, why not? Though there were some things people didn't like about Mr. Holden, you didn't mind them and liked him quite a bit. Your thoughts were quickly interrupted by a shout. There you are! You shared a confused look with Cove, as one both of you stepped through the open door into the neighborhood street. It didn't take long to locate the source of the noise. You spotted Derek just a few yards down the road. He ran up to you. Happy, confused, or displeased? I mean, he did kind of interrupt a cute moment, but not that angry at him, so we'll just be confused. You hadn't expected to see Derek today, though you never really knew when he'd appear. Oh, he's getting cute. After stopping a couple steps away, Derek hunched over to catch his breath. Oh, I like his eyes. Pretty green eyes. He then looked up with a wide grin. Hey, my guys. You look so little. I was just at your house, Cove, but no one was there. Should have figured you'd be at Jun's place. Do you ever spend time in your own house, or are you always there? Derek laughed at his own joke. But wow, he either didn't notice that it embarrassed Cove, or the embarrassment was what he was actually laughing at. Derek turned to you. He was going to say more when his eyes widened and he gasped. What's that? You followed his gaze, unsure, then you realized what he meant. You were still holding Mr. Holden's gift. It's kind of like a bouquet of flowers, but made out of fruit.
Nice!
Can I have some? Sure. Hopefully Cove won't mind. Derek grew more excited by your words, bouncing on the balls of his feet. Awesome! Then he nodded his head as if to clear it. Anyway, that's right, I came here because I needed to say something big. He paused, possibly for effect. There's some other kid here in Sunset Bird. Cove was surprised as you were by the news. Such a reaction made sense. No one around your age had moved here since Cove did 5 years ago. Look at that face. I like that face. Were they with their family? Maybe they were cutting through. Nuh-uh. The new kid was all by himself, just walking. Did you talk to him?
Nope.
Nope, I came to report the sighting right away. The kid had green hair, glasses, was pretty small, and seemed really upset about something. I hope he didn't leave. You blinked. Slowly you looked over to your longtime neighbor. That sounds a lot like you, Cove. When you first got here, anyway. It kinda does, doesn't it? That's weird. You sound almost fond, a small smile playing on his lips. Derek snickered good-naturedly. I can see that really well, now that you say so. But what do you say? Let's go find Cove's look-alike. Wow. We should all meet him.
Sure.
Sure, I want to see who this person is. Derek grinned, then he pointed down the street the way he came. Last I saw him, the mysterious visitor was going this way. Nothing else needed to be said. The three of you were off, with Derek leading the way. Ocean. Derek brought you to the beach, and as a trio, you made your way down to the shore to the old playground. You walked the familiar path in a comfortable silence. When you were almost there, you spotted the kid in question. His bright colors almost shone like a beacon beneath the rays of the sun. He scuffled around, kicking up the sand as he paced. It was true, he certainly seemed upset, but you didn't think he was sad like you had originally pictured. No, with his erratic movements and scrunched up expression, he came off angry. You started to have doubts about this expedition. Maybe it'd be better if you left him alone and let him sort himself out. Derek didn't feel the same. He waved wildly, calling out to the boy. Hey guy, over here! Oh my goodness, he does look very grumpy, doesn't he? The kid whipped around, an impressive scowl carving deeper into his face. His eyes were tired, but a strong, hostile energy still radiated from him. What is it? What do you want? The sharp tone made Derek flinch. He shifted on his feet. What's your name? Jeremy. Was that it?
No.
No, I'm Derek. That's Jun and Cove. We were just walking around and saw you. We want to say hi. There aren't a lot of kids our age in the neighborhood. Yeah, so, it's cool to see someone else here. Strangely, Jeremy grew furious by your response. If steam could erupt from a person's ears, it would have happened then. They did bring me somewhere, stupid. Of course, I knew it. What?
My parents.
They're the ones who brought me here. I didn't walk to this town. Can you not figure that out on your own?
Right.
Right. My dad brings me to Sunset too when he has to come for work and all that stuff. It's not bad. Cove looks like so done with him. Which is fair. He's being kind of annoying. That earned him a glare from Jeremy. Derek winced beneath it, glancing away. It was a struggle to remain friendly with this Jeremy guy. I mean, I wouldn't want to come here for a real vacation probably either. That's an understatement. This doesn't count as a vacation. It's a waste of time, a chore. Boy, you're at a beach. How can you be so grumpy when you're on a sunny beach? My parents' family is nearby and we just had to come see them. If they're your parents' family, doesn't that make them your family too?
I guess.
That's a pretty good reason to come by. Did you want to go somewhere else? No. Jeremy crossed his arms with a huff. He turned away. They should have gone by themselves since they cared so much and left me home. But I'm not allowed to be by myself. It makes no sense. They're the ones who don't know how to do anything, and I'm the kid? We'll just keep quiet. I don't feel like getting into this. You had no idea what to say to this, so you stayed silent. Jeremy didn't even notice, too focused on ranting. How do they always make summer vacation worse every year? You turned to Cove, lowering your voice. The two of you aren't that similar after all. Jeremy must have had good hearing though, because he caught the private exchange and scoffed.
Stupid.
Of course we're not Of course we're not similar. My eyebrows aren't stupid. Yo, Jeremy, cool off. I get that you're angry, but insulting Cove's eyebrows is just going too far. Cove's cheeks flushed crimson at the insult. You couldn't be sure if it was out of embarrassment or anger, maybe both. Come on. Okay. How do we respond? No, Cove's wavy eyebrows are cool. That's a good option. Ask him to apologize. Could just make things worse. We don't need him snapping about it. Let's just move on. Or we could say not to let's just say no. Cove's wavy eyebrows are so cool. Cove smiled weakly. Now I know why you thought wow. Now I know why you thought we'd have anything coming. You must be blind. Wow, Jeremy. Chill, buddy. You lunged towards Jeremy. Tempting, but no. I don't know. Cross arms over your chest, or I mean, I don't quite get why we would pat Cove on the shoulder, but at the same time, I just kind of want to get out of this, so let's just not engage. We'll just engage with Cove. Cove gave you a watery look in exchange for the silent support. Okay, you found it supportive. Good. Trying to talk to the rude boy clearly wasn't going to go anywhere. Wow, what is wrong with you? Instead of taking offense, Jeremy only parroted Derek's words in a nasally voice. Oh my goodness, Jeremy is obnoxious.
Wow, what is wrong with you?
Yes, it is. I'll agree with you on that, Jeremy. Jeremy stuck out his tongue and skulked away, throwing more sand everywhere as he went. You watched him go, hunched over, until he became a speck in your vision. Silence reigned in his wake. The three of you tried to process what just happened. Can't believe it. What a mean kid. Derek wasn't kidding, and by the sound of those earlier complaints, the new boy Jeremy was gonna be in the air for at least a little while this summer. Derek sighed in dismay, plopping down onto the ground. You followed, and Cove did too shortly after. There wasn't much else to do.
This sucks.
I was hoping we could meet someone fun, hang out maybe. He shook his head. After a moment, he slowly turned to you with a hopeful expression. But you know what would really improve the day? What? He didn't respond. Instead, he used a hand to point, right at the fruit arrangement that we are still holding. Oh yeah, we had the fruit. You completely forgot about it during the mini-drama that unfolded. You had gotten used to the wait. Glancing over to Cove, you noticed the way he was eyeing the fruit. He must want some too. Well, obviously, let's eat it. Derek pricked up immediately at your words. He reached out for a skewer, hesitating slightly once he was inches away. You nodded. With an eager grin, he plucked out a prime row of fruit. Cove grabbed one for himself after him. Only you were without a skewer of your own. Oh, pineapple skewer? No, not a grape skewer. Strawberry? Or melon. Those are all good choices except for grape. I think we'll do pineapple though. I love pineapple, but strawberries... Actually, I feel like pineapple... In this context, I feel like pineapple's the better option. Because melon can often be just like hard and flavorless. Strawberries could be like bitter and sour, but pineapple's almost always good. So we'll go with pineapple. The pineapple was cut to look like a flower. It was the obvious first choice. Derek ate a pineapple skewer enthusiastically, finishing it within moments. This is amazing.
Nice.
It tastes pretty nice. This fruit kebab thing is fun. Hey, you two remember the Land Before Time? Oh, that's a blast to the past. I haven't watched those films in ages. Okay. the fruit thing makes me think of it. The dinosaurs all like the leaves that were shaped like stars. Yes! Oh, memories. The star leaves. Those were good films. Tree stars, yeah. Yeah, chopping leaves looked so delicious when they did it. This is true. They did make it look very tasty. And there was that scene with the pretty trees and all the dinosaurs came in and picked everything off them till there was nothing. That's us right now. Awesome. Okay, he just called us a bunch of dinosaurs. I love that movie. That's a good, Okay, obviously I love that movie. There we go. Me too. The three of you continued like this for the next few minutes. Eventually, the display was barren. It looked weird when devoid of fruit. We'll say it helped me feel better. Derek was right. It was so good Wow. Derek was right. It was so good you were already brightening up from the earlier drama. Hey, June? Yeah? The two of you met eyes casually. Thanks for what you said back then. It's nice not everybody thinks like that guy. Oh, it's okay. He was just being a jerk. Derek chimed in strongly. Don't listen to a Cove. He's the problem. People shouldn't say those kind of things. Yeah. Derek then leaned back on his arm. Wow. Derek then leaned back on his arms. He contemplated the sky with a content sigh. So, are you both ready for summer break? Yeah? How someone's supposed to be ready for a break? We'll just say yeah. Cool on you. I wish I could say the same. It feels like there's a lot to plan for. What about you, Cove? Are you ready? I think that depends. Before you could say anything else, the light atmosphere was shattered. Oh no, is Jeremy back? Oh, no, it's Elizabeth. Uh-oh, she's not gonna be happy with us. We ate all the fruit. You glance over your shoulder to see your sister. She strode closer and closer, appearing none too pleased. I've been looking all over for you. Moss said you and Cove ran off with the thing Mr. Holden brought for us. Oops. She leered over you with arms folded. So, where is it? Well, it's gone. What do you mean, gone? You moved over to the side to face her completely. She zeroed in on the bouquet in your hands, which was now populated exclusively with skewers, dripping in juice and tiny flecks of leftover fruit pieces. Her mouth dropped open and the tone of her voice rose.
What?
Seriously, what were you thinking? That was supposed to be for all of us at home. She glanced at Cove, who sat beside you, and continued mockingly. Even if you are the most important person in the household to that delivery boy, this was up to his dad. It seemed everybody was in a mood to tease you and Cove today. Within moments, Cove's cheeks flushed red. He picked up the hem of his shirt, suddenly finding it very interesting. He always became nervous when Elizabeth would strike at your relationship. Honestly, she's being kind of mean. Just get over it. Elizabeth narrowed her eyes, not at all okay with that kind of response. I mean... Fine. We can get fruit at the store. Oh no, I think I hear the mean kid coming back. We better get out of here. Elizabeth blinked, confused, and looked around. What kid? I don't see anyone. Derek didn't bother explaining. He just launched to his feet and ran off. Cove hopped up too, gladly taking the opportunity to exit the situation. He followed after Derek, but he sent a look to you from over his shoulder. You turned to watch Elizabeth. She stayed back, brow raised. Hey, I'm running too. Sorry, Elizabeth, but I'm out of here. Without a word, you two got to your feet and bolted down the beach. Unimpressed, Elizabeth rolled her eyes.
So immature.
Yeah, it's fine. We're only 13. We can be immature. She shook her head as she walked towards the house, not bothering whatsoever to follow. Meanwhile, the three of you made it back to the shoreline. Wow. Derek pumped his fist, grinning in triumph. We escaped and shall live to see another day. We'll say for now, at least. I still have to face Elizabeth when I go back home. You chuckled together, walking further down the beach side by side. You definitely want to stay outside a little while longer. You've gotten a bit of a scolding from your moms for not saving any of Mr. Holden's gift for Elizabeth, but you didn't get any real punishment for it. Instead, while you were out with the boys, Elizabeth returned home to share the news. The three of them went to get dessert on their own. It was declared even by your parents when everyone got back, and the event was settled. That was a while ago now. Later that night, you found yourself seated near the kitchen counter. Your fingers drummed on the surface Your fingers drummed on the surface as you waited, your gaze trained on the phone. You were waiting on a call tonight, specifically from your cousin, Leandra? That's a cool name. You didn't want to miss it accidentally. Your uncle, aunt, and Lee used to live many hours away. Your families only saw each other a few times a year for big occasions. A while back, though, they'd moved and were closer to you than ever before. You now hung out regularly. With school being out, you're positive she's going to want to come over a lot. The two of you were the same age and got along well. She used to be really fond of Elizabeth, too, but now that your sister had become allergic to interacting with her own family, it tended to be just you and Lee who spent time together. Is the only friend who was a girl, or one of many friends that we have who are girls? Do we want lots of friends, or just like, I'm gonna go with just like a few close friends. You weren't a girl yourself, so maybe that was why. But you have plenty of other friends. You didn't really. We're gonna go with a small group of friends. Ma always said that quality was more important than quantity when Elizabeth bemoaned your small social circle. Hey there, Joyce, welcome in. How you doing? You weren't sure how friendship quality was judged, but nevertheless you thought that what you had with Lee was good. Then the shrill ringtone announced an incoming call. You jumped before grabbing the receiver and pressing it to your ear. We're just gonna do hello.
Hi!
Aw, she's cute. I'm glad it's you. For a second there, I thought it might be one of Elizabeth's friends. It was static on the end, as if Lee was shifting wherever she was. So, can you believe school's actually over? I thought it'd never be done. Now we don't have to do any of that boring stuff, and we get to hang out whenever we want. Speaking of hanging out, Lee, can you wait a sec? Just let me head to my room first. Yeah. You got up from your seat on the counter. Luckily, the phone was wireless, so you didn't have to worry about any cords tying you down. Your mom's had a rule about not moving the phone unless a call was in progress, which is why you'd been sat at the cradle waiting for Lee to call. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. You don't want to lose the phone. Yes, it was nice to keep everything in its proper place. Exactly. But now that Lee had called, it was okay for you to go upstairs to your bedroom and talk to her. You made your way up the stairs smiling. After you had arrived, you shut the bedroom door firmly behind you. You took a seat on your bed. Alright, I'm here.
Cool.
Hey, did you know the girl down the street from me has her own phone now? A cell phone. She doesn't have to wait for someone else to stop using it or anything. Wow, really? The thought of someone having a phone that was all their own seemed unbelievable to you. Right? I wish I had one too, but my parents said I couldn't get my own phone until I'm more grown up. I wish they'd changed their mind. We could call each other every single day and no one would be able to stop us. How great would that be? We'll do this, but when I be still using my own phone. My moms would be able to stop us if they wanted. Lee laughed. You didn't put a damper on her imagination. Oh, then you have your own phone too. That works. She sighed dramatically. I bet I'm not gonna get one until all the way in college. She squeezed the phone squeezing the phone between your shoulder and ear, you puffed up your pillows and made yourself more comfy. It was strange to think of a time when normal school would be over, and you'd have to choose whether or not to go to college. School was such a big part of your life right now. Let's do... Everything in your class came easily to you, or you worked hard for your excellent grades? Okay, so we're in middle school. Let's do everything in your classes. We'll do everything in classes came easy. You sucked up information as naturally as a sponge absorbed water. You had yet to worry about school being hard for you. Felt a lot of pressure. We'll say we're confident our grades will remain great. You could definitely keep this streak going. Yeah. You tried to sound engaged, but your mind had decided to go back to school despite the season. Lee knew you too well to be fooled.
What's up?
You sound so spacey. What's up? Just thinking about school. Lee groaned. Are you thinking about how we don't have to think about it 'cause it's summer? That's what I'm doing. I look forward to it. I like school. You're speaking English, but I don't understand those words. That's fair. You laughed, aware that many kids wouldn't voice your enjoyment of school. Though I guess school isn't all that bad. You can do some good things there. You can just do more when school's out. Okay, learning new things can be cool. I just wish everyone did okay with how they taught the things. Wait, I just wish everyone did okay with how they taught the things, not just some people.
Me too.
Let's do this one too. If I didn't go to school, I'd never meet anybody new. No one really comes here. And that's all. That's pretty much everything that's good about school. Okay, point taken.
Alright.
Now I declare the topic of school is officially closed. We have to talk about this summer first, before we start planning the rest of our lives. I've got some plans already. Oh, tell me. I'm going to visit my cousins. You chuckled, of course. What's something you want to do? The first thing that comes into your head. Ooh, new art supplies. Reading. Oh, beach. Reading or spend time at the beach? We'll do reading. Let me know if you read anything good, unless it's scary or sad. Sure. You lean back in your bed, settling in as you continue chatting with your friend. Even though it hadn't been that long since you saw her and you'd be seeing her soon, you found plenty to talk about. For one, the events of the day. You sat up straighter. I was with Cove and Derek today, and we met a new kid. Like, in your neighborhood? Mm-hmm. His parents are visiting family, so it sounds like he'll be around for a little while. I don't know how long. What was he like? He was pretty mean. He kept snapping when all we were trying to do was talk to him. He just kept being rude to everyone. But especially Cove, it was awful. I don't think I want to meet him. You want a boy to stay away before even meeting him? That's an unexpected twist. Your cousin was pretty popular with the boys who knew her. She seemed happy enough to have them around until they started to annoy her. Hey, who are you to talk? You give practically all your attention to boys, or maybe just one boy. I see how much you like Cove. We'll say that's a special case. She laughed at your defensiveness, deeply amused. Even though she couldn't see, you shook your head at her, grinning to yourself. There was a stomping noise approaching your room, heralding the arrival of your irritated older sister. She flung the door open, a frown etched on her face.
Come on.
How long are you gonna hog the phone? Glancing at your watch, you realized that your quick call had gone on much longer than anticipated. Elizabeth held out her hand. The other one lodged on her hip. She noticed the realization on your face. Time's up. Well, this I will say goodbye. Lee, I have to go now.
Bye.
Okay, see you soon. Tell Elizabeth and your moms I said hi too. You barely pressed the end call button when Elizabeth whisked the handset from your fingers and began dialing someone new as she strode out of the room. Your mom's voice called from downstairs. Hey, has anyone seen the phone? I'm using it. With that, she shut your door behind you. With that, she shut the door. I'm assuming behind her. Silence was left in the wake. That was one way to end your first day of summer break. Sometime later, it had gotten dark outside, and you lay in bed wide awake. Your window rattled all of a sudden, startling you badly. You flinched, staring over at it with furrowed brows. From your vantage point, you saw only the moon and an open sky. You were curious. What had caused that noise? Cocking your head, you sat up and moved close to the window. You wanted to get to the bottom of this. To your utter shock, your gaze was met by a pair of familiar ocean blue eyes. Cove? You squinted. Yep, Cove was right outside your window. Your house was very angular, and some parts stuck out further than others, so it theoretically wouldn't be hard to climb around on. Still, just because someone could didn't mean you expected it to ever happen. To his credit, Cove was doing fine. His feet were braced against the section of the wall that jutted out, his arms flexing with the effort to keep him upright. He easily lifted a hand and waved at you from the other side of the glass. You hurriedly opened the window. Cove climbed over the ledge, releasing a breath once he was safely inside.
Hey.
Oh. What's up, Romeo? That's cute. Sure is a surprise, but yeah. Amazing, my dreams have come true. We're gonna do What's Up, Romeo. I know that's late, but I didn't know what else to do. If I ring the doorbell, I know your moms will have answered and they just make me go home. I didn't really want to explain why I was coming over anyways. I don't want to talk about it. Well, besides with you, I mean. Oh, but that's why I did that. As unexpected as this was, your touch Cove felt like he could tell you what was wrong. I might have tried calling or something, except my dad is on the phone. Cove suddenly looked very cross. Dad, he was talking to my mom. Still is, probably. You raised your eyebrow. Wow, you raised your eye. Wow, I can't talk. You raised your eyebrows. Cove had eavesdropped on his parents' phone conversation? Didn't comment on the eavesdropping. There were other things to talk about. Are you gonna stay with your mom for a while again? Every year, Cove was sent off to live with his mom for a few weeks. When it happened varied. Sometimes he would go during winter break, but usually went during summer. Even though it was hard news when you found out he was leaving, wow. Let's try to read. Even though it was hard news when you found out he was leaving, and you missed seeing him those weeks, you understood. To your surprise, however, he shook his head. That's what I thought too, but no. That's not what they were saying. My dad asked my mom not to have me leave this year. He said she could come stay with us here. You waited for him to continue. He didn't. The conversation abruptly dropped off. You couldn't help but stare at Cove. There was a complicated mix of expressions on his face. Your mom say? She told him she'd come. I know she's coming soon, before school starts. Oh. You had heard Cove talk about his mom a lot over the years. He'd tell you about past memories or what happened while he was visiting her. Still, it was one thing to hear about someone and another to actually meet them. Very soon, you were going to see Cove's mom in person. You were taken aback by the news, so you could only imagine how Cove felt. You looked over at him. He was pacing across your room, his features pained with dread. Before, they'd barely stay in the same room long enough to have lunch. Now we're gonna all be together again, the three of us, after all this time, just for a few weeks. I know I should probably be happy they can talk to each other now. I'm still not. I'm just confused and freaked out, and now I feel really bad for feeling this way. Aw, baby. It's so... His fists tightened and his eyes became misty. I shouldn't keep getting like this. It's been a long time already, and I'm not a little kid. Though he wouldn't meet your eyes, you knew he was waiting for you to say something. There's nothing wrong with feeling bad. This is hard to deal with. We can deal with this. You know I'm here for you. Oh, there are so many good options. Well, I want to do like all of these options. I'm sorry, Cove, you know I'm here for you. The tense line of Cove's shoulders eased. Thanks, that makes me feel that makes me feel a little better, like I'm not freaking out for no reason. A momentary silence fell over the two of you. You marveled at how the day started. You had woken up eager for summer vacation, but now things seemed so crazy. The mini debacle with Mr. Holden's gift, the newest addition to the neighborhood being so rude, and as if all that wasn't enough, now Cove's mom would be living with Cove and his dad again. Your whole life was kind of like that, it seemed. Complicated and hard and different. Why couldn't things get better with time? The sound of your name, said quietly, pulled you from your thoughts. Cove gazed at you concerned.
Are you okay?
Oh. Do we say we're okay, or say I'm more worried about you? We'll do who, me? I'm more worried about you. You don't have to forget about yourself for me. I want to listen to you too. Cove grinned reassuringly. It was small and delicate, but you knew it was genuine. Moonlight from outside cast shadows across your face and... wow. Moonlight from outside cast shadows across his face and lit up his eyes. They seemed to sparkle with his smile. Just that one look brightened your mood somewhat. No, I think I don't want to talk anymore about this. He looked away, his lips thinning into a line, and rubbed at his arms. But I kinda don't want to go back home either. Can I stay a little longer, just doing something else? Obviously. You appeared equal parts hopeful and vulnerable. How could you possibly turn him away? Of course, you can always stay here. You held his gaze confidently, hoping your words got across to him. Cove perked up at your response, a smile appearing on his face. He immediately took a seat on your bed, not afraid to get comfortable in your room. You felt a little better at the sight somehow. You still had a lot of worries, but you were glad he was here. And not just tonight, you were glad he came into your life in the first place. That was a change you'd never want to undo. It felt totally natural to let him into your little world. The initial friendship had deepened so much over these past years, and you were certain there was room to get even closer. You joined Cove on your bed, taking a seat across from him. He smiled at you again, but you could tell this time it was half-hearted. He was still easy to read. We didn't want to talk about his mom and dad. He must be thinking about what happened and what was about to happen. Oh, what do we do? I'm going to take his hand, I think. Yeah. You easily were able to reach out and gently hold his hand. It wasn't much, but you hoped the contact helped even a little. Cove blinked, startled, before his expression softened into something more natural. Conversation was stilted and broken, often by silence at first. Then both of you were able to get into your usual candor. As your secret hangout session stretched on, you thought that you truly wanted to keep having moments like this with him. You hoped a day would never come when life decided that the two of you would have to part ways, and you knew Cove felt the same. Aww, that was so sweet. You opened your tired eyes, groaning as they adjusted to the bright light that was streaming through your window and warming your peachy skin. With a loud yawn, you rolled away from the sunlight and blinked a couple of times, clearing the sleep from your eyes before realizing with a start that it was actually morning. You couldn't remember even falling asleep. Cove had crept through your window during the night, and the two of you spent time together, trying not to wake your parents. You must have fallen asleep while you were hanging out, but couldn't put a finger on exactly when. You wondered how late Cove had stayed before heading home. You rubbed your face and yawned again, contemplating whether you should get out of bed and get ready for the day or stay snuggled up for a little while longer. Until your gaze landed on an instantly recognizable mop of pale hair and you bolted upright and gasped in surprise. Aw, he stepped over. He never left. He was still there in the morning. Aw. Oh. I mean, laughing feels like a kind of weird response, but we'll laugh. Oh. Yeah, we will laugh because he's in a weird position. He had fallen asleep while sitting on the ground and precariously leaning his head on the side of your mattress. With your laugh, Cove's eyes snapped open and his head slipped from its source of support. He didn't stop going down until he smacked right into the floor with a crack. Oh no, Cove! You clamped a hand over your mouth and looked down at him with wide eyes, curled up where he had landed rather ungracefully. Oh. I mean, I kind of want to do both of these at once. Can we laughingly ask if you're okay? But it's kind of funny. Okay, and helping him up. That's a good idea too. I don't know. We're just gonna laugh. I'm sorry. It was funny though. Cove gave you an appreciative look, but you couldn't help it. It was just too funny. Either of your moms found out Cove had slept here last night, the two of you would be in big trouble. Cove blinked at you a couple times, his eyes growing in panic as some thought that only he could hear settled in his mind.
Oh my god!
Oh my god, I fell asleep! Yeah, you did. It was kind of cute. You weren't exactly sure what to do as you watched Cove pace your room, looking around frantically. Cove stopped mid-step and you wanted to ask what he had been searching for, but you guessed he wouldn't know the answer to that himself. Despite that, he hadn't calmed down completely. The atmosphere was still frazzled. We'll say it's gonna be alright. You just need to leave before anyone notices you're here. If they knew, we would have heard about it already. Cove nodded, his shoulders tensed as he fixed you with a firm stare with his turquoise eyes. Letting out a heavy sigh, he ran a hand through his hair in exasperation. He couldn't look at you again as he spoke. I'll see you later. You were truly confused by how all of this had played out, but hoped that it was true. Right. Bye, Cove. At that, you were suddenly wrapped up in a tense embrace. As panicked as he was, this seemed to be something he couldn't forget before leaving. Aww. Thanks again. You're a good friend, June. A really good friend. You're a good friend, June. A really good friend. He firmly whispered the words into the top of your shoulder. It made you feel tingly. But you were let go before you had a chance to respond, or even fully react. In a matter of seconds, he had climbed over your bed and opened the window. A cool breeze rolled off the ocean, fluttering through Cove's hair and filling your room with its salty scent. Oh, that sounds nice. Cove fearlessly stepped out onto the ledge. I'll wish him luck. Good luck, be super careful. You weren't sure if he'd heard you or not, but he kept going along, one foot in front of the other with increasing speed until his form disappeared out of sight. You stuck your head out the window as far as it could go to try keeping watch. He walked the full length of the ledge before jumping down to the top of the garage, then lowering himself onto the fence. From there, he finally dropped to the ground. You threw out a thumbs up at him, you threw a thumbs up at his successful climb. He ran off towards his house without stopping, disappearing behind the side of another building. You had to admit that you were pretty impressed at how doable he made that look. Cove always seemed to have a way of seeming so smooth without even meaning to. With a little sigh, you reclosed your window, deciding that there was nothing more you could do. You hopped off your bed and got ready to head downstairs for the day. I'll check self in the mirror. You certainly looked like you had just woken up with your blue hair sticking up all over the place. Taking a comb from your bedside table, you attempted to fix and smooth down some of the messy strands. You took the stairs, slowly attempting to mask your face into the look of innocence. You were sure that someone would have come into your room if they had heard anything strange, but you couldn't be too careful. You had to play it cool. When you stepped into the living room, Elizabeth was there, tapping her finger on the counter. Good morning, Elizabeth. She looked you over immediately, her eyes squinting at the greeting.
Why?
Why are you being so weird? You hadn't even done anything. Your big sister never missed a beat, unfortunately. You turned and offered a tight smile, and her lips pursed together even tighter. Shrugged it off. I'm not. You spoke so nonchalantly you almost thought she believed you. But you knew better. Further suspicious squinting occurred, and she waited for something. But ultimately, she rolled her eyes, and you weren't sure if you were in trouble or not. She didn't seem to care enough to dig any further. Whatever. And then she walked straight out the front door, letting it slam shut behind her, and you let out a brief sigh. Elizabeth went out most days to hang out with her friends from school around town. Today, you were extra glad for it, though you were also grateful she hadn't left the house any sooner and risked running into Cove. It looked like you were getting away with that. Breakfast was eaten in peace and alone. Your moms were both out by the time you had gotten up. They had left you a serving of food from the breakfast they'd made, hash browns, an omelette, fruit salad, and there were a few sausage links. We're just gonna eat everything because that sounds tasty. It was tasty. You appreciated that there was a variety of meals, wow. It was tasty. You appreciated that there was variety in the meals your moms made. The day lazily drifted by at home, and eventually your parents returned. You pulled open the fridge again, lingering in the frosty air for a moment or two before grabbing a bottle of ice cold water and taking a long drink. It was a perfect, balmy summer afternoon, and you decided to head outdoors to find something to do. You hadn't decided what that something was just yet, but you were sure something would pop up to occupy your time. Okay. We are going to take a quick break, because I need to go get some more water. So yeah, feel free, get up, stretch your legs, get some food, get some water, do whatever you need to do, or just stay here and hang out, whatever you want. But yeah, gonna take a quick break so I can go get some more water. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. And I just realized I forgot to run ads during the break. Oh well. Sorry to anyone who gets stuck behind pre-rolls, cause I forgot to push the button. Anyways, that's fine, I'm not gonna worry about it. Okay. As you were heading out the front door, you paused for a moment. You hadn't seen Cove since he had left that morning, and you couldn't help but think about what had happened to him. Would it be bad to go over to his house right now, or call him to check in? You stepped out of your house, still stuck in an internal debate with yourself, when a voice caught your attention.
Hi.
Confused, you looked over to where an unrecognizable woman was waving at you, a friendly smile plastered on her face. You racked your memory for where you might have seen her before, but nothing came to mind. Not your school or from the country club your moms took you to. You had absolutely no idea who the woman was. The woman crossed the road towards you, and you were a little unsure whether she should stay put or go back into the house, or whether you should stay put or go back into the house and lock the door. That is some very green hair. It's pretty though. Oops, I'm sorry. Was that presumptuous? I've heard about you, but you have no idea who I am, do you? You shook your head and she removed her sunglasses to reveal sparkly ocean blue eyes. All of a sudden, she seemed a little more familiar. What is with that face? My son lives here, and my ex too. Okay, she showed up real fast. With a bent smile, she lifted a hand to point at the condo across the street from your own house. She was Cove's mom. You didn't know why you hadn't realized sooner, now that you'd gotten a good look at her. And she does look pretty young. Or she seems so strange. Let's just say she looked young. It was almost hard to believe she had a 13-year-old kid. No matter your thoughts on her, you still felt taken aback that she had appeared here so suddenly. Cove mentioned she was coming, but you hadn't gotten the impression it would be the very next day. She extended a hand again, this time for you to take, and you studied the manicured fingers in front of your face, and the assortment of bracelets that dingled around her wrists. Kyra, that's a cool name. I'm Kyra Priest? Kyra Priest. You can call me Kyra. Sure, we'll shake her hand. Reached out, took your hand, and she shook yours firmly, grinning wide. I'm June, but you already know that.
That I do.
Cove's mentioned you. Wow. Cove's mentioned you to me before. It's nice to officially meet you. Cove talked to you about his... Wow. I cannot read. Cove talked to you about his mom. He hadn't mentioned how... He said... Wow. Cove talked to you about his mom. He hadn't mentioned how he said things about you to her. We'll just be polite and say it's nice to meet you. She smiled at you fondly, her eyes crinkling at the corners. The sound of a door opening and closing caught both your attentions, and when you turned towards the sound, it was to find Cove exiting his house, his eyes skimming the ground. Considering just how tall he had grown, you kind of figured his mom also would have been tall. But she was much more on the short side, for an adult anyways. Cove's height must have come from his father.
My baby!
There you are. I thought you were going to keep me standing out here all day. You tried to catch Cove's eye as he walked towards you, but his gaze was fixed firmly on the sidewalk. When he finally crossed the road and looked up, he gave you a pitiful look. After the way he had acted last night, you knew he must be feeling pretty mixed up about this. You tried to wordlessly express that you understood. Cove and I are heading into town to grab something to eat while the snore's at work. Wow, she just calls her ex a snore. He doesn't seem like a snore. Kira beamed at Cove and ruffled his hair, which only seemed to upset him more. You assumed the snore she was talking about was Mr. Holden. Hey, you should come with us. I'd love to get to know you better. Yeah, you should come. Well, I'm definitely coming. There was a pleading in his tone that you couldn't miss. Of course, we'll run it by your parents first. Responsibility and all that.
Any whoosies.
They'll give me an excuse to meet them, which I need to do at some point. It's important to be neighborly if I'm going to be roosting on the street for the time being. Anywho's, let's go. Wait, any whoosies? Okay. Kira walked ahead towards your house, and you hung back with Cove, who crinkled his nose as he watched her.
Sorry.
I'm sorry about her, but I really do want you to come. I don't want it to be just the two of us, not right now. That's fair. You leaned in closer and whispered while checking around for anyone who might hear. What happened? Did your dad know you were gone? Cove shook his head and sighed heavily. Dad was so focused on Mom showing up that he didn't even notice. I thought when I heard them on the phone last night that was something they were planning for the future. This morning Dad said it was supposed to be a surprise, and I guess I was surprised. She's gonna be here all summer. Ooh, that's a long time. You were surprised to hear that too. Cove sighed again, even heavier. I'll go with you if you really want me to. He smiled, his shoulders relaxing a little in relief. Thanks, that'd be cool. The two of you headed over to where Cove's mom had just knocked on your front door and stood behind her. Mom answered the door after a minute, her eyebrows lifting in surprise at the group she found in front of her. You realized that, like you, she would have no idea this was Cove's mom who was hanging with you. However, after blinking at the woman a couple times and looking between her and Cove, the realization seemed to strike on her. Hello there, I'm Pamela. I see you've met my kid June, and I'm guessing you already know Cove for a while. Kira laughed, and you and Cove exchanged a look at your parents' weird sense of humor. I'm Kira Priest, Cove's mom. So nice to meet you. A head of purple-brown hair caught your eye as Ma popped up behind Mom, squeezing herself in beside her. You have company. I was wondering what all the commotion was. She grinned excitedly at Kira, the two of them introducing themselves and shook hands. Hi, June Cove. Cove smiled at Ma shyly, and she gestured a hand towards the living room. There's no use hanging around in the doorway. Why don't you come in? I'd love to, but I promised to take my son out to eat, and I wouldn't want to hold you up with a surprise visit. I understand. You're welcome to stop by anytime.
Of course.
I'll take you up on that offer when I can. Count on it. Would you mind too much if June went with Cove and I? My treat. We won't be driving, just a quick walk down the road. Sure, that sounds nice.
Have fun.
I hope you all have fun. You gave your moms a look, and they smiled at you fondly. Yeah, I'm happy that I let us go. You could tell that Cove really needed the support, and you were ready to be there for him.
Marvelous.
Expect us back in an hour or two. We look forward to seeing you again. Take care. Your parents waved goodbye to the three of you as you backed up onto the street. There was a sound of the front door closing behind you. I'm pretty positive I saw some restaurants when I was in the taxi, not too far from here. Yeah, there's a lot of them around. The answer was straightforward and the tone was curt. Cove was usually more lighthearted than that. Kira put her hands on her hips and smiled at her son. Well, you sound like the area expert. Do you have any recommendations for a place nearby? Not really. Kira pouted at him a little and turned to you instead. How about you, June? Want to point me in the right direction? We'll just nod. You've been to a lot of places in town, so you knew a couple good ones. There's a Chinese restaurant that me and my family go to all the time. It's my mom's favorite. There's also a tropical themed place that tries to be sort of fancy. Both sound like a treat. I'll leave it to you to pick for us, since Cove's going through a phase over there. He huffed at her and turned his face away. Let's see where Cove wants to go. It's okay, Cove. Tell us what you want more. He mumbled sulkily, willing to reject his mom, but not you. I like the tropical place more. That's what I would have gone for too. With 2 votes in favor of one restaurant, it seemed it was settled. We can go there.
Thank you.
Will you show us the way? You nodded. Take the lead of your little group as Cove and his mom followed behind you. Together, the 3 of you left the neighborhood behind. The walk was about 15 minutes, and along the way, Kira asked a lot of questions about the area. Cove was quiet most of the time, so you ended up answering her instead. Kira explained that she lived in a large city, and she loved how peaceful and relaxing everything seemed in Sunset Bird. The restaurant was busy as usual, but luckily you were shown right to a small table. Kira lowered herself into the chair, while Cove picked the one diagonal to her, not facing her or to her side. It was awkward. Let's see. To start, what would you all like to drink? Get an orange soda. Why is that cute? What do I want to drink? Probably just water. I'm a water person. Lemon or anything? There's sugar on the table. Sugar and water? I mean, I guess that makes sense. Oh, that just sounds really weird. Especially if you don't have any flavor. Like, I guess lemon and sugar is like lemonade. I've never thought to put sugar in water to just like drink. Yeah, no, just plain water. Kira places the order for your drinks, getting a black hot coffee for herself. And it didn't take long before they were brought to the table and set in front of you. You took a long sip of your drink as you looked around the restaurant. Your small group checked over the menus, deciding what to order. The last time you came here, the dish you ordered was amazing. You want to order something different this time. Kira and Cove didn't need any encouragement for this. They were totally focused on the information in front of them. Soon the meals too were ordered and the menus taken away. You glanced at the table surface, waiting to figure out what to say. Cove sunk back further into his seat and avoided eye contact. He started to twiddle his thumbs while acting like all of this was perfectly normal. His sour feelings today were unignorable. Instead of asking more open questions he'd brush off, Kira had mercy on her son and instead put her focus towards you.
So?
What's a few things that you're into? There's gotta be something you do for fun, especially now that you're not buried in school assignments. Oh, I like to write things. Okay, what are the other options? Read, watch, games. I'm really into Cove, but let's not do that. That's gonna make things awkward. Let's go with I write things. Wait, she's a writer? That's kind of cool. A fellow writer. Writing is a great form of expression, don't you think? Kira sighed wistfully, her eyes going soft. What else do we like? We also like studying. No, wait, let's go to the beach. We could go to the beach and walk along the shore. That's a nice way to relax. I hope to be able to spend some time on the shore while I'm here myself. What else? And studying. I also like studying. Excuse me. Studying in summer? I have to admit, I don't know a lot of people who enjoy that, but hard work is the key to getting what you want in life. Okay, I think that's it. Oh wait, no, we like to read too. We like to read all the things. Fiction novels. Me too, nothing beats curling up with a good book. And manga. I haven't heard of that style. I'm sure it's very good. Okay, I think that's enough. I'm happy to learn more about you. There's so much I hadn't heard. Cove leaves the details out. So what exactly did Cove say about it? Why are you asking that in front of Cove? But okay. Kira laughed, holding a hand in front of her mouth. I can't tell you that. I didn't come all the way to embarrass my son. Too much. Kids are delicate at this age. She laughed again and you glanced at Cove to see his reaction. He was trying not to pay attention, but you could tell he was uncomfortable. Hoping it would clear some of the tension in the air, you decided to ask Kira a few questions of your own. Cove hadn't told you much about her, and you were curious to know more about this woman who was such a big part of his life. What exactly do you do for work? I'm a travel writer for magazines and things. I keep people in the loop on what's worth seeing. It's good work. Is she just here for work? And she's just like bunking at their house because it's free? Gotta hope not. Are you in a new relationship now? Maybe not. Let's not ask that. We'll just keep it casual. What do you like to do? Spend time with my little boy, of course. And traveling. A real shock, huh? I don't know. I feel like all these other questions could make things really awkward for Cove, so we're just gonna not ask anymore. It didn't seem to bother her that the conversation dropped. Cove sipped his soda angrily, slurping up the remaining drink with furrowed brows. He looked ready to run straight out of the restaurant. You weren't sure if coming along had ended up making the lunch better or worse. Make a silly face at him. Like a straw wrapper at him. We'll give him a sympathetic look. Looking at straw wrapper is tempting. Cove eventually noticed you watching him, and you gave him a look to let him know that you were there for him. It took a couple of moments, but finally he cracked a smile, and that made you feel a little lighter inside. Great. His mom just called us cute. You two seem really cute together. Cove covered his face with his hands and leaned back in his seat.
Seriously?
Why would you say that? We're gonna blush. Were the two of you really cute together? Your meals were delivered shortly after that, and everything was so delicious even Cove enjoyed his food.
Okay.
Alright, now that we're all full and content, can you explain please why you've had a bug up your butt all day? I've never heard that phrase before. Cove's face scrunched at that. Seriously, baby, what did Mom do to make you this mad? I haven't even been around a full day yet. He gripped the edge of the table, refusing to make eye contact. The words he spoke were barely audible over the din of the restaurant. You could have told me. She leaned forward to not miss anything else, eyebrows raised. Told you what? He finally seemed to find his voice and spoke the thoughts that had been on his mind. That I wasn't going to visit you this year? That you were going to be coming instead? Didn't you invite me? You want me here with you. Cove's eyes began to shake, his frustration ebbed. I do want you to be around, but I didn't know it'd be like this. It's not the same, and nobody said anything.
I see.
Her expression grew tense. She threaded her fingers together and placed her hands in front of her on the table. We've both been gifted another Clifford surprise. Referring to that as the Clifford surprise almost caused both you and Cove to crack a smile. You also had no idea that his name wasn't just Cliff. Over 5 years, nobody had ever called him Clifford until now. She smoothed her hair out, not letting go of her stern look. The more things change, the more they stay the same. They let out identical sighs, but smiled weakly at one another afterwards.
I'm sorry.
And go wow. I can talk. Let's see. I can go home, Cove. We can still set up a normal trip to my place before the summer ends. Cove's lips tightly closed together. He seriously pondered the option. I think I do want you to stay. I miss it when you're not there. Reached across the gap. Wow. She reached across the gap, grabbed his face, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Cove tried to wiggle away. Mom, stop. I'm sorry. Sweet young men need to be smooched by their parents. If I don't, they'll take away my mom license. Kira was completely enthused by Cove's admission, though a tone of seriousness did return to her voice when the conversation continued. Do you want to talk to your dad too?
No.
Cove had snapped the word instantly, but reeled his annoyance back in just as quickly. Maybe later, not today.
It's alright.
I understand. We can shelve it. Thanks, Mom. Thank you for talking to me, little mister. She grinned affectionately at him before turning your way. And thank you, June. Huh? What did I do? It's easy to act like a baby with your mom. It's hard to keep that up with your neighbor watching everything. Especially when you really care about what said neighbor thinks of you. She winked. Mom! She just ruffled his hair with a laugh, then moved her hand down to tap the end of his nose. That was how the issue was resolved, at least between Cove and his mom. When the three of you left the restaurant, and Kira had paid the bill, you walked back to your neighborhood slowly. You had eaten so much by that time, you were beginning to feel sleepy. It didn't help that the lunch had happened late and the sun was already beginning to descend from the sky. Hey, it's pretty. But eventually you reached your street. Someone was there to greet your group upon arrival. I have to admit, I don't think I like this look quite as much as the previous one. Like, it's not bad, but I really liked his other one. Welcome back, family! And June too.
Huh.
Cliff. Dad? The two walked past him into the condo without sparing another word. Despite the summer heat, their shoulders were cold. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. Yeah, you kind of are. He rubbed the back of his neck with a crooked smile, but his eyes were soft as he looked on after them. He's so much like his mom, don't you think? You gave a vague nod, not sure what he was expecting you to do. He nodded back far more energetically. Okay, have a nice night, June. You too, Mr. Holden. With that, Cove's dad disappeared to join the others inside. It was your turn to go home now. Summer hadn't started off at all how you imagined it would, though it turned out to set the tone well. Having Kira in the neighborhood was a new experience for not only you and Cove, but also both your families. A dull moment was rarely had. Yeah, okay. Time for the moments. Yeah. The family shopping trip had lasted most of the morning, and you still had to unload everything from the trunk before you could go enjoy the afternoon. You cradled another bag in your arms as you headed towards your house. It was one of the heavier bags from the grocery store, loaded with fresh apples, ripe tomatoes, a bunch of carrots, and even half a watermelon. Mom came out the front door and paused just ahead of you.
No trouble.
Need any help with that? I can bring it the rest of the way if you want me to. I'll just finish the job. Even if it was large, it wasn't really any problem for you. Ma gave you an encouraging grin and rustled her fingers through your blue hair. You set the next bag on the counter. Your older sister began to root around inside for the contents with a sigh. How much is left? Just a few more bags. With a huff and a puff, Elizabeth continued putting away the groceries, and you retreated out the kitchen before you could become the target of her bad mood.
Be careful.
You hadn't been looking where you were going and bumped right into Mom, almost stepping on her toes to boot. Sorry. I could give you a pass this time, but be sure to watch where you're going. If you run into the wrong person, you might get your license revoked. She grinned at the bad joke as you continued through the door. Outside, Ma had started organizing organizing what remained and putting back any loose objects that had fallen out during the trip. When you stepped up to the trunk beside her, she took a big breath of air, her dress gently swaying around the breeze.
That's a shame.
It's a shame we had to spend the morning cooped up in that shopping center. It's a beautiful day, don't you think? You tilted your head to the sky, gazing at the clear blue expanse. I wish it was raining. Oh, I like when it's story best. Oh, these are all good options. It is a nice day, but I also love the rain and I like stormy. We're gonna say I like it when it's stormy best. You thought of the past winter, remembering the nip of cool air that would travel off the sea. It didn't snow when sunset buried, but being wrapped up in bed listening to thunder and lightning gave you a certain sense of peace. And lightning instead of snow? I'm assuming they mean at different times. I mean, you can get thunder and lightning in the snow, but it's more of a summer storm. Anywho, I'm impressed you can enjoy something like that. It's a good way to think. You smiled at her, turning back to the trunk to help out with the last of the bags. Cove's here! Oh, hi Cove! You notice Mom wave over at Cove, who had just exited his front door, his surfboard propped under one arm. Let me see. Surfboard and wetsuit. Where might you be going off to on this beautiful day? Oh, look at him with his snazzy little wetsuit. Cove instantly startled, not having realized your family was also out here. Even though your mom was the one who called out, you were the one he looked at. He tried to settle down again. He jogged across the pavement to properly say hello to you and your parents. It was decidedly awkward since Cove had trouble figuring out how close to stand to you. That's so cute. In addition to his unwieldy surfboard, made the whole thing seem even clumsier. Careful with that thing, you'll put someone's eye out. Mom chuckled and got a whispered reproach from Ma for it.
Pam?
Pam, please, go easy on him. Cove winced. Sorry, Mrs. Wordweaver. Don't mind her, honey. It's a beautiful day for surfing. I haven't been out on the waves in a long time. I'm jealous. Yeah, I'm hoping to get a few good waves before it gets dark. Why did I take this long to say hi? Hi, Cove. He had relaxed a lot when Ma spoke to him, but the rigidity came back as soon as you said something. Cove managed to grin, and it almost felt like you had butterflies in your stomach. You want to come hang out there later? Yeah, obviously. You notice the flush of red on his cheeks, but that might have just been from the heat. Sure, I'll meet you there when we're done. Cool. When he spoke again, he tried to contain some of the excitement that was clearly ready to burst. Aw, that's so cute. It'll be fun. You're not done unloading, right? Can I help? Aw.
No.
No. This is our job. You go enjoy the beach. Jun can catch up as soon as he's finished here. Alright, I'll see you. Yeah, bye for now. Cove headed down to the beach with more skip in his step than normal. Aww. It was really cute. You smiled softly to yourself at the thought that you'd be joining him soon. He sure seemed to perk up after you agreed to meet him there. I wonder why that could be. Ma. Now who's giving him a hard time, Lonnie?
Josh?
Shush, it's different. Mom's face broke into an incredulous grin. In what way? I'm being supportive, and he can't hear it. Mom full on laughed that time.
Lonnie.
You're the worst of us when it comes to this, honestly. I keep trying to warn people, but they don't listen. I only want to help. I think it's only fair to say he might need meddler, but you have a point. Oh my goodness, can they stop talking about this in front of me? You narrowed your eyes at their teasing, and they simply chuckled conspiratorially before taking more bags from the trunk and heading inside. Once everything had finally been taken in and put away, you got yourself ready to meet Cove at the beach. Are we a surfer or not? We're gonna, sure. I mean, I'll be honest, I've always kind of wanted to go surfing, but I also don't exactly like swimming in the ocean. But for this, we'll be a surfer. You've been practicing your surfing more and more lately. It was always ready to go. After grabbing your board and getting everything ready, you headed down to the beach.
Have fun.
Stay safe. When you arrived at the shore, you were greeted by the crash of waves and the soft calls of seagulls. Oh, sounds so nice. You took in a lungful of ocean air and felt your peachy skin warm in the sun. You noticed a small setup nearby with a towel, some sunscreen, and a bottle of water. It must be Cove's. You spotted Cove himself nearby. He hadn't gone out to sea yet. He was just sitting in the sand at the water's edge, his board propped up beside him. You strolled up beside him. Hey, I'm here. Jude. He looked up at you with a smile and quickly hopped to his feet. I was wondering if you were still coming. I wouldn't have missed it. He chuckled shyly at your insistence. Okay. Then he cast his eyes out toward the waves. I'll just keep going. Me too, let's go. Oh, look at that sweet smile. Oh, he's so cute. You tucked your board under your arm and nodded at him, and the two of you ran into the water together. Oh, it's so pretty. It's so blue. You paddled out into the sea where the good waves were. The water was cool against your skin.
It's nice.
Aww. Not too calm, but not too crazy. It looks perfect today. He smiled at you, and you couldn't help but smile back. You felt totally content. Aww. Until Cove kicked the water a little too hard, and it inadvertently splashed you. Hey, sorry. The apology did not come across as especially repentant, as he was practically laughing when he said it. Splashed him back. You laughed, but waited for an opportunity for revenge. The second he looked away, you kicked back, spraying him. It quickly devolved into a splash war. You had no idea who was winning at the point when the ocean decided to throw its weight around and douse you both with a tall wave. Cove laughed, his smile infectious. You couldn't help but join in. Draw? Yeah. You nodded at one another from your boards, bringing the war to a peaceful end. Cove pointed out into the distance. He followed his finger to see some nice-looking waves. Hey, let's get going. You agreed. No doubt there was room for you to do something good. You were ready to have some fun. You started taking on waves. Cove tried out a few tricks, and you got into the rhythm of finding just the right waves. Have you ever thought of what the fish and other ocean animals think we're doing here? Have you?
Not really.
Not really. Okay. I think that was all I was going to say on the topic. You started to turn away to paddle to the next wave when he spoke again. Oh, that's weird. Cove reached in the water and pulled out something small and brown. Was it a tiny stick? A clothespin? Cove looked at it with disbelief. He blinked slowly, then raised the clothespin with a mischievous look in his eye. Uh-oh, what are you doing with that clothespin? Guess it's needed. How else would dolphins hang up their flippers? They gotta be stored somehow. Cove, that was lame, but I love it. Thank you for that. You're adorable, or I love it. I mean, that was pretty adorable, but we'll say I love it. You have good taste. Yes, I do. You played around for the rest of the afternoon and kept chatting in between the waves. You thought about how you had surfed today. You absolutely rocked it. You did pretty good. And we'll just say you're okay, nothing special. This was an average surfing practice. You made a few mistakes and had a few successes. There wasn't anything to pull it in one way or another. It was still fun with Cove. What an afternoon. The setting sun was visible on the horizon. Every time you look away, it had sunk a little lower. The beach was darkening, but still pleasantly warm. You knew you should get out of the water before it was completely dark in the sea. You rode one last wave to get back to the beach. There you picked up your surfboard and gave it a quick once-over. Phil followed behind you to the shore. He put his board with his other things and grabbed his towel to start drying off. As he ruffled his hair with the towel, you watched the sunset together. The colors were beautiful in the distance, and the shadows around you deepened. There was no need for words between you two, as you both enjoyed the sight for a moment. Cove broke the silence. The waves were good today, I think. Yeah, totally. You nodded mildly. You've gotten so good. Aw. You couldn't help but smile at the phrase. It meant a lot coming from him. You chatted a little more until the conversation truly died out, and all you heard was the rhythmic sound of waves. Then Cove sighed. They can't be over. Not yet. He scowled into the distance as if the sun exiting the sky was a personal offense. Don't you think it should be longer? Yeah. Cove stood up straight in defiance of the approaching darkness. I'm not gonna go home yet. I wanna go somewhere. I don't know. Cove was still dripping in salt water, so you weren't sure what the alternative was. Wetsuits were fine for the beach and not much else. It wasn't a good idea for him to lug his surfboard around town either. You'll be really cute in that wetsuit wherever you go. I'll just say I want to do something too. Cove nodded with a smile. Then he looked down the shore with wide, shining eyes. There's at least one place that's always okay to hang out in, no matter what time it is. The park. You nodded. The park was virtually always empty. Even Elizabeth only went over there nowadays if she was looking for you. How times have changed. She used to be so protective of the place. In fact, the only person there was a chance of running into might be that Jeremy kid again. You brought the idea up to Cove and he cringed, but I'm still going. The sun is still there, a little. I'm staying out as long as it is. Obviously we're going with him. Okay, let's go. Took a minute to put his stuff in order. He made sure to get it all, though it didn't take much care to shake the sand off. You dealt with your own things. Stuff everything together quickly or take time to pack the bag? Now we're gonna stuff everything together quickly. I'm done, Cove. He rolled his eyes with a bent smile at the announcement. He led the way down the beach to the park. It wasn't far, so it didn't take you long at all. The sun still hadn't completely disappeared just yet when you made your arrival. Cove stuck his surfboard upright in the sand and tossed his towel over top. By now, the two of you were mostly dry. The summer breeze on your skin kept you pleasantly warm. Cove idly went over to the monkey bars. He grabbed them, feet flat on the ground, and pretended to go across. He had definitely grown in the past few years. That's adorable. You had also outgrown the monkey bars. You were way too tall to play on them properly anymore. When he got to a bar in the middle, Cove pulled himself up and through. Cove pulled himself up and through, then sat on top of the bars, his legs dangling off the side of the bar he perched on. The Alphas are gonna join him. You didn't even have to pull yourself up. It was a rather tall seat to clamber on, but it worked. Cove scooted over to give you more room to spread out. These monkey bars weren't made for two teens sitting on top of them. Guess what? He smiled brightly and raised an eyebrow. He's not here. Right, it was true. There wasn't a single sign of Jeremy. Looks like it was just going to be the two of you tonight. Cove hung his head and groaned dramatically. Your eyes widened when he whipped his head back up.
No way.
Can't believe how dumb my parents are for forcing me to come to this stupid place. What? You were taken aback and blinked for a second before you realized he was quoting Jeremy. Oh. We'll just laugh. Cove chuckled back at you, a mischievous glint in his eyes. You looked around. The old park, the streets you knew like the back of your hand, and the beach. These were your stomping grounds. You wonder how Cove actually felt. How much was his joking just a joke, and how much was sincere dislike of this place. Moving had never been his choice. We'll say I know you don't think it's dumb. Cove kicked his legs carelessly as they dangled. He smiled softly. I like it here. I really do. It's a nice place. Yay! He didn't hesitate. There was no uncertainty. That was his genuine opinion. Well, of course, I'm here after all. Ooh, you're the best thing in the neighborhood. Ooh, those are both good options. I don't know, do we want to go the kind of cheesy and forward route and say you're the best thing? Or be playful and say, of course, I'm here. You know, we're gonna be sappy. You're the best thing in the neighborhood, Cove. Cove flushed and started kicking his legs wildly like he was running in place. That's so cute! Oh no! That's adorable! It didn't take long for the day to finally draw to a close. The sun was gone and it was dark. You chatted a while longer, but it was definitely winding down. I wish days were longer. I wish this day was longer. Yeah, that's a better statement. His feet kicked out. It made him look like a pouty child. Aw. Oh well. Cove sighed. It was time to go home. He hopped down from the monkey bars with a thump when his feet hit the ground. You clambered down the monkey bars yourself. You lowered yourself more slowly than Cove, and barely made a sound when your feet reached the ground. Cove grabbed his surfboard and threw his towel around his neck. With his water bottle in hand, he was ready. You both began your trek up the road. Quiet night, and you didn't run into anyone else. In what felt like no time at all, you had reached your street. As you walked, Cove smiled to himself. It was a soft expression, and you couldn't help wonder what put it there. Everything okay? I just remembered when we were younger. It used to be such a big deal to come home after dark. You could indeed recall. If you got sandy, your parents would have something to say. If you got wet, your parents would have more to say. And if you came home after dark, well, your mom's and his dad better have said it was okay beforehand. You used to need permission for everything. That small comment he made exposed just how much freedom you really had this summer. Cove looked up into the sky, a smile still on his face as the two of you walked side by side, reminiscing. When you came to your houses, you turned to each other. Thanks for today, June. Thanks for an awesome day. Cove waved and you both turned to your respective houses. This was a pleasant end to the outing. Yay, that was cute. Okay, on to the next one. Early one afternoon, you found yourself in the living room with your family. It was another one of those summer days where it felt too hot to go outside, but was too uncomfortable to do anything inside either. The air conditioner was cranked up as far as you could negotiate it, but everyone was still pretty lazy. You, your moms, and sister were lounging around while a TV blared on in the background, ignored by all of you. You specifically were, what were you doing? On the carpet? Okay, we're laying on the carpet, sitting on the floor, draped over the coffee table. You laying on the carpet. You stared up at the ceiling, your eyes unfocused and mind clear of all thoughts. Elizabeth broke the silence with a loud groan. You glanced over. She was laying on her back over the couch, massaging her calf with one hand.
Ugh.
I feel terrible. I'm dying in this house and my legs hurt. Mom looked up from the magazine she'd barely been flipping through and frowned, concerned. Could you have strained them somehow? Elizabeth flailed briefly, then flopped onto her side with a heavy sigh. I don't know, it just hurts.
Sweetie.
Ma got up from her seat at the kitchen table and walked over to your sister. She did a light pat on Elizabeth's shoulder sympathetically. I'm sorry you have to deal with that. Maybe it's growing pains? You could be taller by next fall. Elizabeth scoffed. She didn't look impressed by Ma's assessment. I'd rather be my height forever than deal with this. Mom walked over to leaning against the back of the couch. Kids, they grow up so fast. Soon Elizabeth will have a home of her own, maybe even with a nice husband and some kids if she feels like it. She sniffed loudly and wiped at her eyes, but you could tell that was all just a bit. You tilted your head. Even though you knew Elizabeth liked guys, it was hard to imagine her with a boyfriend or husband. She only seemed invested in hanging out with her group of friends, not chasing after boys. Mom must agree with you because she shook her head. Let's not exaggerate. She's still practically a child. But if you do ever pursue romance, Elizabeth, you can come talk to me about it. Definitely. We're always willing to lend an ear. Elizabeth's features contorted in disgust. No way. I'm not talking to my moms about that. Mom's jaw dropped and she gasped in an exaggerated display of shock. Her hand came up to rest against her chest. Ma only grinned. She didn't look offended by Elizabeth's quick response at all. It really wouldn't be so bad to come to us. I know what it's like to have a crush on a pretty boy or two. I don't, but I can listen anyways. Nice. Mom snorted at her own joke while Ma burst into giggles. They were having a little too much fun at Elizabeth's expense. Elizabeth certainly wasn't feeling the amusement because she rolled her eyes and sat up.
Thanks.
I'm going back to my room. I'd rather melt alone, thanks. She strode off toward the staircase, taking the steps two at a time. Your mom stared after her, then turned to each other with raised eyebrows. Whoops, looks like we scared her off with all that romantic talk.
Well?
Oh well, we'll get her next time. You watched them titter with some surprise. Obviously your moms liked women, but you had no idea that Ma liked guys too. Today was the first time you'd heard her say something like that. Ma, I always thought you only liked ladies. You like guys too? Ma turned to you, happy to bring you into things now that you'd spoken up. She smiled and nodded. That's right, I like both. But I like your mom most out of everyone. She's special. Ma turned all sorts. Oh, wow. Ma's smile turned all soft in the corners, like he usually did when she looked at her. She pinched Mom's cheek lightly. Mom reached up to cup a hand over Ma's. Even when Ma stopped pulling her cheek, their hands remained clasped together.
You're fantastic.
Thanks, Lottie. I think most women have charm, but no one can hold a candle to you.
Aww.
Ma beamed, then kissed Mom on the cheek she'd been pinching before. We're just gonna think it was sweet. You smiled to yourself at the sight. No matter how often your moms expressed their feelings for each other, it was always nice to witness it. Ma looked back to you, letting Mom's hand go with a brief squeeze. She settled down next to you, and Mom followed soon after. You know, I'm also here to listen to you whenever you're ready. That offer isn't just for Elizabeth. In fact, I think that talk might be needed sooner for you. After all, you already have someone, isn't that right? Mom shook her head and elbowed Ma, but was futile. Meddler. Oh boy. We're just gonna blush fiercely and hope she leaves us alone. Ma only giggled and smiled, not looking the least bit apologetic. There's no rush, of course. You can take all the time you need to figure out what or who you want.
It's okay.
Don't think you have to stick with I can talk. Don't think you have to stick with whatever you come up with right now either. Life's nice like that. It can change and you can learn. That is some good advice right there. Yes. Just yes. Yes to all of that. Mom nodded her agreement. Two of us are happy to hear you out, and we may be able to relate better than you think. Still, we won't push the topic, at least most of the time. She gave Ma the weakest scathing look possible while being unable to stop grinning. We'll just say thanks. I'll think about it.
Wonderful.
Good, that's all we ask for. Mom let out another exaggerated sniffle. It didn't take the genius to realize it was fake. First Elizabeth and now you, June. Do you have to grow up? Yes. Children tend to do that from time to time. Your parents quickly grew absorbed in their conversation about rearing kids. You took that as your cue to leave, getting up so you could spend some time alone in your room too. They let you go without problem, so you made your way up the stairs. You let out a sigh once you stepped into your room. It was just as sweltering in there as in the living room, possibly even a little warmer. You couldn't even open your window since it was hotter outside and you just let the AC out. You dragged your feet as you crossed the room. You checked your current sweltering condition in the mirror as you passed by. You thought back to the conversation you'd had downstairs about growing up and all that. After a moment, you stepped a bit closer to the mirror. You stared into it, then turned away from the surface to look down at yourself. You're definitely growing alright. It was weird thinking about how you were now in comparison to what you'd been when you were younger. When it came to your body, it was slender. We're gonna go with slender. You shifted to the side, your head still facing forward, and continued the self-evaluation from this viewpoint. Oh, that's cool. You can decide your birth design. We're gonna be your assigned male. Chest. Seriously, I love this game so much. It has so much, like, so many different things in it. You have a lesbian couple, you have bi characters. This is so cool. That's just the way it was for you. You took a step backwards, finished with your impromptu inspection. You locked eyes with your reflection, cocking your head to the side. All things considered, you thought you looked fantastic. We'll do... You didn't look too bad. A slight smile tugged at your mouth. Sure, maybe you wouldn't be a model or anything, but you weren't half bad. You shook your head roughly, pulling thoughts of what you were... Wow. You shook your head roughly, putting thoughts of what you were turning into out of your mind. This wasn't the time to focus on such things. You had to find something to do in this heat. You shuffled over to your bed, collapsing onto the mattress, your brow scrunched up in thought. Time passed slowly, and to your annoyance, possible ideas about what to do were few and far between. You weren't sure how long it had been, but eventually you heard your mom calling... Wow. But eventually you heard your mom call you from downstairs. There's a call for you. Cove wants to come over. Is that alright? Obviously it's alright. You perked up at the word, sitting up in bed. You yelled back to her immediately. Yeah. You got to your feet and headed downstairs, eager to see your friend. You needed to go You needed to go downstairs soon anyway, because your empty stomach told you it was almost time for lunch. Just as you reached the bottom of the stairs, you saw Mom put the phone back on the receiver. She glanced at Ma, leaning her hip against the kitchen counter.
Pickle.
Well, here comes trouble. We better prepare ourselves. Ma clicked her tongue in clear disapproval of Mom's words. He's such a good boy. Cove never wants to cause trouble. He can just be a bit thoughtless and impulsive. Oh, I know, he's very sweet, but that's what makes him more of a problem. If a stranger or some kid from school was egging June to behave badly, I think we can both agree that he'd do the right thing in the end. But if Cove Holden got into a reckless mood and wanted June to be part of the ride, can we really be certain of what call he'd make then? Valid.
Yes.
Yes, we can, Pamela. June would do whatever Cove wanted. I mean, we're kind of guilty as charged.
Lonnie.
Your mom giggled freely at Mom's reaction. You worry too much about those two together. Look, all I'm saying is that I haven't forgotten that time when they were kids and tried to run away together. And there was that time they snuck out in the middle of the night when Cove was supposed to sleep over. Ma just laughed. As she turned away, still snorting, her eyes met yours. She blinked in surprise, then waved at you with an easy grin. Mom looked over, noticing you at the foot of the stairs as well. Oh, I didn't expect you to come down already. I just want to let you know what was happening. You know, we're gonna pretend we didn't overhear, cause, yeah. Don't want them getting strict on us. Yeah, it's okay, I just got here. The way Mom and Ma exchanged a mused glance, you got the feeling that they didn't believe you. Thankfully, they didn't correctly accuse you of lying. Sure, well, we'll just get out of the way. You and Cove take care. You couldn't help but flush when Mom winked. Mom elbowed her, even as a smile tugged at her lips. Honestly, this lady. Your moms whispered amongst themselves as they went down the hall. Eventually, you heard the faint sound of their bedroom door shutting. Now you were alone in the living room, tasked with waiting for Cove. And that was just fine with you. If it hadn't been so hot outside, you would have visited him at his house a long time ago. You took a seat at the kitchen counter and settled in for the wait. As expected, there was a knock on the door a few minutes later. When you got up and answered it, your neighbor was standing on the other side. He came in once you stepped aside to let him pass, giving a little wave. You greeted him as you typically did. How do we typically greet him? The nudge of the shoulder is kind of cute. And it's like intimate, but like subtle. I kind of like that one. Yeah, we'll do that one. You reached over and nudged his shoulder. Cove rocked to the side of bed and rolled his eyes, but he was smiling. Cove sighed and wiped out his face a bit. You know the sheen of sweat across his brow. He must be glad to be back in an air-conditioned place, even if he only had to walk across the street to get there. Is something going on? Why'd you want to come over? I don't want to do anything. Not when it's like this. He gestured vaguely to the humid air hanging around. I thought I could at least do nothing with you. Aw, it's so cute. Yes, let's do nothing together. I was thinking the same thing. You grinned and he smiled back. And that was all there was to it. Both of you were on the same page. Have you had lunch yet? I was gonna do it soon. He shook his head.
Not really.
I haven't really felt like eating because of the heat. I probably should have lunch. I didn't have breakfast this morning. Yo, buddy, sit down. We are getting you some food. You didn't eat it all, then you have to have something now. Yes. You urged Cove in the direction of the kitchen. He stumbled after you. Okay. As one, you headed into the kitchen. You crossed your arms as you glanced around, wondering what you should scrounge up for a meal. I don't want to eat anything that's warmed up. Is there something cold or not cooked? Yeah. After a bit back and forth, the two of you concluded that you should raid the fridge and cabinet in order to make sandwiches. Good choice. Now I want a sandwich. With that settled, you had planned to decide on the outside layer first. There was a wide variety to choose from since everyone in your house had their own favorites. There was white bread, wheat bread, sourdough. Wow. They have a lot of bread for a family of 4. White bread, wheat bread, sourdough, mixed grain, gluten-free, and pita pockets. That seems a little excessive.
Hey.
Could you make the grain one for me? Yeah, totally. You reached for the mixed grain, then made your decision. Sourdough. Sourdough's the best bread. You pulled out the sourdough too, setting both items on the counter. Then you had to decide what main direction the sandwich would go in. Sweet or savory? Do savory. Something savory would make it feel like a real meal. As for the specific ingredients, okay. Oh, so many options. Okay, let's do turkey. And cucumber, that's great for a hot day. Do we want hummus? Okay, that sounds really good actually. Do hummus. To be honest, I'm not super impressed with this cheese selection. We need a good goat cheese or feta. Mozzarella. I don't know, I feel like none of those really go well with the hummus. Do we want pickles? No. Let's move on. Oh, pesto. I love pesto. Oh man, I really want this sandwich now. Turkey, hummus, cucumber, and pesto? That sounds delightful. Yeah, that's everything. The two of you bustled around the kitchen, opening and closing things in order to collect everything you needed for your individual sandwiches. You focused intently on assembling your own, for the most part. When you were close to being done, though, you glanced over at your neighbor. Cove was putting his sandwich together delicately, his brow furrowed and tongue sticking out just barely. That's cute. There were open jars of peanut butter and honey near his plate, as well as banana peel. Oh, that sounds good too. Peanut butter, honey, and banana? Yeah, that sounds very tasty. He was making peanut butter, banana, and honey sandwich on mixed grain bread. That sounds good. Maybe... I don't know if I would have that on a hot day though, because peanut butter kind of makes you thirsty. And if it's hot, you're already feeling thirsty. But, in general, that's a very quality sandwich right there. It seemed weird. No, that sounds delightful. Maybe you'd have one yourself a different time. Curiosity sated, you turned back to your plate and finished your own creation. By the time you were done, Cove had already cleaned up his workstation. He turned to face you, studying your sandwich briefly. A small smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. You guessed it didn't look inedible to him, at least. It better not. That's it. I made a good sandwich. Done? Yeah.
Cool.
You waited as you quickly returned the ingredients and cleaned up Cove cleared a few utensils, and the two of you collected your respective plates. You both agreed on heading upstairs to hang out in your room. You and Cove entered your bedroom while balancing your food on the plates. Nothing fell, so it was a successful trip. Cove took a seat on the ground, stretching out on the hardwood floor in an attempt to keep a bit cooler. Smart. He immediately took a big bite of his sandwich, chewed, then hummed happily. The sandwich is really good. At least that's something. At this point, you sat down and started on your own sandwich. Obviously, you are a pro at making sandwiches. He leaned back on his hands while chewing and glanced around. His every movement was sluggish. Want to do something? It seemed the plan of not doing anything at all had already worn thin, despite his lack of enthusiasm. Like what? He rolled his head back, looking up at the ceiling. What about Hangman? Oh, I haven't played Hangman in forever. Sure, why not? You put your plate to the side and pulled out some markers and scrap paper. You laid everything on the floor. He scooted back to make more room in front of you. Cove picked up one of the markers with his right hand while keeping a half slice of sandwich in his left.
That's,
can I pick the phrase? Go ahead, I don't mind. He smiled briefly before he bent over the paper and began sketching the hangman frame. Then he stopped, pursing his lips in thought. He tapped the end of his marker against his cheek. You watched silently as Cove looked down the paper, up at your face, and then off to the side in a loop. His marker kept tapping his cheek the entire time. He raised an eyebrow. He suggested the game and wanted to pick the phrase, but it looked like he didn't actually have anything in mind for it. Finally, he put empty lines on the paper to signify spots for letters. Alright, you can start guessing. You peered over. His secret phrase consisted of 3 words. The first 2 had 3 letters and the last had 4. You thought hard about what your first guess would be. Okay, what letter? We're gonna do A. Yay, we got one! Oh, I think I know what it is. After the first round, you were about to take another bite of your sandwich when a thought occurred to you. I wonder if anyone turned off the TV downstairs. The TV, it was on earlier, but no one was really watching. Then everyone started leaving the living room. Why are we going off on this tangent? I know I didn't turn it off. It might still be on downstairs with no one there. Cove smiled crookedly at that. Poor show, playing with no one around to enjoy it. What was it? You squinted off into the middle distance, trying to recall the show's name. I feel like it was some kind of crime-solving drama? Cave nodded sleepily, his eyes closed, then opened again with some effort. Can you give any specifics? Maybe I can guess it. Well... You rested your chin on your open palm, groggily thinking as hard as you could. I remember there was a woman with long blonde hair, I think. She was the one solving crimes, like as a detective or something. There were scenes in a police station because someone got arrested? You lapsed into silence, the both of you thoughtful, then Cove chuckled. It wasn't that funny, but you joined in the laughter anyways.
I don't know.
I don't know what that is. Me neither, and I just saw it. Okay, another letter. We're gonna go with C. Yeah, I know what it says, and it's very cute. Another round came and went, and Cove grumbled as he readjusted himself. His features were twisted in a grimace. Oh, look at that face! I feel so sticky. Ugh, I'm gonna be stuck to this floor forever now. Have to charge you around them. That's cute. You just smile at his whining. That's also cute. I don't know. I don't know which one I want to do. You can be my new roomie if you want. I don't know. Well... I'm just gonna smile. Always fun to hear Cove be so dramatic. You smile to yourself. Then you return to the game. Oh, it's not what I thought it was. Dang it! I guess that makes more sense. What's it say, though? Oh, okay. Cove spoke up once more, catching your attention. He was peering down at the piece of paper between you, his expression thoughtful. You know, Hangman is kind of a creepy game. Why did people come up with it? Why did they play it? I mean, you have a good point. A really old game. Should we... So this one assumes kind of... Basically, this one's like we looked it up before. This one is we will look it up. Let's go full nerd and act like we know. Really? Nobody knows? Not for sure.
Wow.
Cove sounded impressed that you knew that piece of trivia. You sat up straighter under the weight of his stare. Let's try... Oh! That's even better than what I thought it was! By this point, Cove had finished his sandwich. Yours was almost gone too, but now you are getting thirsty. You brought it up to your neighbor. We should go should we go downstairs to get some drinks? I was thinking that too, but I don't really want to get up. Me neither. You looked over at him, narrowing your eyes in with false suspicion. But hey, what happened to not being able to get up ever again because you were stuck to the floor? That's still true. I mean, we're not actually going, are we? I only thought about it. You rolled your eyes and dropped the issue defeated. Cove grinned, a little at your disappointment over his victory. Oh no, this is too cute! Aww! You are cute. That was the phrase Cove had spent so long settling on. You stared at it. That's adorable. A few correct letters in, you had a feeling you knew what the phrase was. Still, you felt butterflies in your stomach at seeing it, clear as day, on the paper. You took in the words for a moment longer, then you looked up at Cove. Oh, he's so cute! He had trouble meeting your shocked gaze, a smile settling awkwardly on his lips. His I can't even read. His next words left him in a mumble.
I mean...
It was all I could think of at the time. What do we, playful shove or wrap your arms around him? No, we're giving him a hug. It was instinct. You leaned over and wrapped your arms around him in a hug. No, you're cute. Damn, Cove. You just let out a small squeak. That's adorable also. I'll just let out a small squeak. Cove smiled a bit more, clearly still feeling awkward about the move he pulled. He turned away from you, his cheeks tinted pink. That was just too cute. A moment passed between the two of you. Now would be the perfect time to change the subject, but you didn't. He didn't either. Things started feeling a bit more personal all of a sudden. You looked into Cove's ocean eyes and saw yourself staring back. I'm gonna say you're cute too. Cove's features softened at your words, but he remained serious. Thanks. I meant it too. Aww. Finally, he broke the eye contact. I've heard at some point you're supposed to start liking types of people, guys or girls or whatever.
I don't know.
I haven't really noticed that yet. Nothing's changed, not in a big way, not for everybody. Maybe I have to grow up more, but at least with you waited but he trailed off. He wasn't gonna keep talking. You frowned, a little disappointed. You wished they had continued with what he was saying. You shook off the strangeness of the situation and tried to be supportive. Maybe you just don't like anybody, or maybe you like all types of people. That's normal too. Oh, I love this game so much. Phil seemed to appreciate that thought, if the smile that appeared on his lips was any indication. But the expression was quick to disappear. He peered over at you, looking nervous. Okay, well, what about you? What kind of guy or person do you like? Ah, he's so cute! That was a very ugly sound, sorry. He's just so cute. Ah, I love this game so much. He winched and seemed to be mentally kicking himself for saying it like that. No, sweet boy, you're all good. You considered his question carefully. Did you know who or what you liked? Oh. You only seem to feel physical attraction to specific cases and situations. The only one person you'd ever have those feelings for. Ah, I love all the options in this game. Oh my goodness. We're gonna go with that. There was only one person you'd ever had those kind of feelings for. I think. Although I do like this one also. No, let's go with the you only seem to feel physical attraction in specific cases and situations. Yeah. Oh, you can pick multiple ones. Oh no, this is romantic ones. You're starting to have romantic attraction in general. There's only one person you'd ever had romantic feelings for. Yeah, we'll do this one. But specifically, when it came to how you felt towards boys, you found them attractive, you thought you'd be happy. Yeah, found them attractive. You thought you'd be happy to be with a guy someday. How you felt towards girls. We're gonna say not interested. Oh, so many options. We're gonna say find them. Oh, decisions. We're gonna go with the generally not interested, but there were exceptions. It's like we are primarily into guys, but there are some non-binary people you could be into also. You turned your attention to Cove. He was waiting patiently for your response. And yeah, we're gonna explain it. What is that face? It's not the face I was expecting. He listened intently, taking in every word as you tried to convey how you felt. He definitely perked up a bit when you mentioned having some interest in romantic relationships. Then he scratched the back of his head sheepishly. I'm not really sure how we ended up talking about all this when we started out just playing Hangman. But it was good, I think. I think so too. Cove chuckled a little bashfully. He glanced around, clearly scrambling for something else to say. So, have you read any new books recently? Yeah, actually. I'm glad you brought it up. The conversation took a lighter turn after that, and it felt like you got closer that afternoon. Finally, the blazing sun began to set. To your relief, the air cooled down a bit as a result. You pulled yourself off the floor, as did Cove, with some minor complaint. You both stretched your arms, groaning, and yawned into your hands. You glanced out your window briefly, taking in the soft reds, pinks, and purples of the late afternoon sky. Somehow you had made it through the scorching hot day in one piece. Cove turned towards you, motioning towards your window with his chin. Want to go outside? It might be better out there than in here now. Sounds good. I could really use some fresh air. The two of you took your time heading downstairs. You stopped briefly to grab a drink of water, then continued on your way. You stepped outside, one after the other, your destination being the familiar hills behind your house. Yay! Out on the hills. I miss this spot. It's so pretty. This time of day, it was quiet outside. The flowers blew gently in the wind, petals trembling but stubbornly hanging in there. You felt the breeze cool on your heated skin, and you relaxed your shoulders. Cove closed his eyes, releasing a deep breath. I really love it out here. Me too. Cove smiled, tendrils of his hair dancing with the wind. Feet passed, but his gaze didn't stray from your own. His voice was impossibly soft when he spoke again.
Jude.
I'm glad I met you. You're really important to me. Aww. Yeah, well, I say you're special to me, Cove. Your voice came out equally delicate. From the way his features brightened, though, you knew he heard you. Then Cove reached over and held your hand without another word. Aww, so cute! Even as the sun disappeared completely and the sky darkened, you and Cove remained side by side for as long as you possibly could. Oh, that was so sweet! That was so good! Oh, that made me happy. Oh, so good. Okay. We're now gonna take a quick break, because I need to get some more water. And then we're gonna do a few more. I don't think we're gonna finish all of them this time, because I do have other stuff I need to do today, but I do kind of want to get through maybe at least half the moments, so 3 more. We've only been streaming for 3 hours so far. It's fine. Oh, that was so good. Okay, quick break time. I need to go get some water. Yeah, so feel free, get up, stretch your legs, get some food, get some water, do whatever you need to do. Normal stuff. Yeah, I will be back in a few minutes to continue this absolutely beautiful game. I love it so much. Okay, I'm going now. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. I have water and iced tea that I accidentally made yesterday. Because, you know, I made hot tea and then forgot about it. I never drank it. So I have iced tea. I've never actually drinking this type of tea cold, but it's not bad. I think I prefer it hot though. The fancy, like smoky Earl Grey basically. But yeah, not bad cold. Anyways, on to the next moment. Oh, it's dying on the hill. I love the hill. Okay. The sun warmed your skin from its place in the sky, and you closed your eyes, enjoying the mix of the heat with a pleasant breeze that drifted past you. You and Lee had spread out a blanket on top of one of the hills behind your house and had been relaxing there for a while now. Lee had come over earlier in the day, and while a range of activities had been discussed, from staying home to heading down to the beach, a picnic on the hill had been the choice you both settled on. A small spread was laid out in front of you, some bottled water, soft drinks, as well as chips and sliced fruit. You sat up and reached for a snack, listening to Lee talk about the musical she had gotten to see a few days ago. It was unbelievable. There was singing, dancing, and crazy stunts, and it was all done live right in front of my face. You never been to a theater before? I guess that's cool that she is so impressed. Maybe one day we could go together. I've got to see more shows like that. You smiled at Lee's enthusiasm, knowing how much she enjoyed singing and performing. And she was good at it too. You had gotten the chance to hear her sing a couple of tunes, and you knew she put a lot of effort into it. Do we like singing? Are we good at singing? We're gonna say we like to sing, but weren't very good. Yeah. That didn't stop you from doing it though. I wonder if maybe we could put on our own show. Think of how fun it'd be. We could perform for our parents and ask our friends and some other people to come and watch too. It'd totally work. Don't know about that. That idea gave you stage fright? Maybe. Yeah, we'll do that. But wouldn't showing off to everyone be fun? The thought of an audience made you feel queasy. Not really.
Are you sure?
Are you really super sure? You have so many skills you could show off too. Or you have so many skills you could show off to the masses. It could be fun. Yeah, okay, fine, we'll do it. She convinced me. You could see that Lee was really excited about the idea, so with a small nod of your head, you agreed to go along with it. Aw, that was cute. I'm gonna sing. Do you want it too? Or maybe do something else? I'll write the song. I wish I could write a song. I want to do songwriting, but I'm kind of clueless when it comes to music. I'll make a backdrop or some kind of stage. I'll pick the outfits. I want to do the I'll write the song. Let's do that. I'll write the song. Ooh, I hope it's something dramatic. No, how about fun? Fun is better. What about both? Dramatically fun. Lee's face lit up at the idea, and she gave you a broad smile. That sounds perfect. Is there anything else that's coming to your head? No. The two of you ran back to your house to grab the supplies you needed, dodging your mom's amused questions before heading back out to the blanket to get started. You made sure you had a notebook and pen down in case some inspiration hit. Lee and you discussed the plans and details, setting on a song first, and then practicing out parts for the show. The afternoon passed quickly, the sun dropping lower and lower in the sky. After having thoroughly worked out how the show was going to go, you decided to take a break.
Oh.
You know, we should have invited Cove to watch we should have invited Cove to watch us practice our show. He could have told us if it's wow. He could tell us if it's bad before he put on the real thing. We're just gonna give a non-committal not saying anything. Maybe we could ask him to watch us another time. And it was left at that. It's too bad Derek isn't in the neighborhood today. I like him. Yeah, he's a good person. I knew you'd think so. But, speaking of boys we like, what's the relationship status between you and Cove? Is it good? I mean, we haven't really discussed it yet. We're just gonna, again, non-committal blush and say nothing. Ooh, you're bright red. I guess it's very good. But, like, really, are you gonna be telling him you have a crush on him anytime soon, or what? Pretty sure we'll say I'll tell him soon. Hope so. You know he's totally into you too, I guarantee it. You didn't say anything, wondering about the possibilities instead. The TV talked a little more about Cove, amongst other topics, and you found that it was nice having someone to speak with about these sort of things. Finally, you both decided to pack everything up and head back home for the evening. Lee talked excitedly about the show as you did, and you thought back on what you had already accomplished for it. You could definitely do with a little more practice, but what you had so far was a solid foundation for the performance. Upon walking through the front door, you were met by your moms and Elizabeth hovering around each other in the living room. Tension hung thick in the air as the three of them turned to you, and Lee, frowning slightly. You had interrupted something. Exactly what, you weren't sure. Hello? That's a good response. We'll do that.
Oh.
Hi, June. Hello, Lee. Welcome back. The room fell quiet. The room felt quiet again, with no one quite knowing what to say. You felt incredibly awkward, but the silence didn't last long. You don't have to stop just because those two are here. There's no reason to try keeping it a secret. Elizabeth was mad, with her arms folded defensively over her chest, but your mom's nodded in agreement with her.
Well...
Elizabeth was asking about her parents, her biological ones. The world spun around you at the news. You couldn't understand. Why was this happening now? When you glanced at Lee, she shuffled her feet comfortably, as though she didn't know if she should be there or not anymore. You didn't know either. Your moms had always been open and honest about the fact that neither of them had given birth to you or your sister, but the details hadn't been fully explained before. It made sense that Elizabeth didn't know a lot about her biological parents and wanted to know more. You just hadn't ever thought you'd accidentally stumble into it. Elizabeth looked at your parents expectantly. She wasn't going to let the unintentional interruption derail things. We don't want to keep that information from either of you. It's your right to know your past. But we did want to wait until you asked us to hear... until you asked us to hear yourselves. Well, it's happening now, so... Your mom shared a nervous glance, and Ma took in a quick breath before speaking again. I adopted you from the Philippines when you were just a baby. Elizabeth dropped her arms, her eyebrows shooting upwards in surprise. Wait, I wasn't born here?
No.
No, you weren't. You could clearly see that your sister was appalled by this information. You struggled even more with what to do or how to react. Am I gonna have to pass some tests to even be a citizen?
No.
No, you were adopted into the country. We took care of things. You're already a citizen. You have nothing to worry about. I followed all the laws when it came to bringing a child into the US. Nothing can be held against you. Elizabeth sighed, placated with information, but still far from happy. Who were my parents? As people, why did they put me up for adoption in the first place? Ma softly put her hand over Elizabeth's shoulder, trying to provide some support before she gave her the answer.
I am so sorry.
So sorry, sweetie. Your parents are reported to have died. They didn't go into details on the specifics of how, but you were an orphan. I wish she had better news for you, Elizabeth. Elizabeth was torn between emotions, her eyes filled with tears as she threw her hands in the air, settling on enraged. Great, so I can never meet them, even if I wanted to. Not that I could have anyway, since they lived in another part of the world when they were still alive. Elizabeth turned her back on you and your moms and stormed off, sprinting up the stairs and to her room before anyone could stop her. I have to go talk to her. Ma immediately started to follow, but Mom gently held her by the arm and shook her head. We should give her a little space to process it all. Your Ma's head hung low, but she stopped walking. With Elizabeth now gone, the two of them seemed to remember you and Lee were still standing awkwardly off to the side. Sorry I had to see all that. It's not how I expected it would have happened when the time came. But since it's the topic of the day, June, is there anything you'd like to ask? Deserve to know, after all. Lee patted your back and gave you a supportive look. Wanna know? Do I not? I mean... I'm kind of curious. And, we might as well just, let them take care of it all at once. So sure, we'll say. We'll ask. Your parents both nod in sync with your reply, ready to talk. I can leave if you want to have things be private. She could be here. I could do that. She shifted a little closer to you in support, and you were glad to have her there with you. It made you feel a little stronger somehow. You turned to face your parents again, preparing yourself for what they were about to tell you. Ma was the first to speak, her voice quivering with emotion. You were adopted as a baby, but 2 years after Elizabeth. We used a different organization that time, and you were adopted within the US. We're sorry to tell you, June, your parents had also passed away, and no other family members took you in, if there were any. That's why we wanted to wait until you asked. We didn't want to suddenly drop that in your lap. We want you to be prepared.
I'm sorry.
We're so sorry. Aw. Lee gave you a reassuring squeeze on the arm to show she was there for you. We'll just say thank you for telling me. I did want to know, and now I do. Thank you for listening. If there's anything else you want to know, all you have to do is ask. We'll do our best to answer any questions you have.
Are you okay?
How are you feeling now? Are you going to be okay? We watched you closely, as though judging how exactly she should react to what was going on. I'll say I feel fine. You spoke with a refreshed tone, as though you had a load off. Your mom smiled sadly, but you knew they believed you. No one seemed to have any words left after that. Oh, there's so many things. You need to... I don't know. It's like staying with the mom's tree or Sharon would be a good option. I don't think I need to think through it. But would you not want to go see Cove? Let's go see Cove. More than anything, in that moment, you want to see Cove. No one could be there for you the way he could. I'm gonna go out just for a little while. I'll be back before it's really late. Your Your mom's nodded in understanding, trusting you to make the best call for yourself. Lee's footsteps echoed from behind, and you knew she was following you. We're gonna ask her to stay. Can you stay, Lee? I want to go by myself.
Oh.
Oh, okay. I'll wait for you here, but I really hope you'll be alright. Once outside, you strode across the street purposefully. Cove's house set in your sights. After you raised a hand to knock on the door, it only took a few moments for Mr. Holden to answer it, giving you a broad smile. Hi, June. Looking for Cove, I bet? Yeah, that's right. Cliff turned and whistled down the hall in the direction of Cove's room. Hey, Sport, you have a guest. After calling his son, he turned back to you and dipped his head.
No worries.
He'll be here any second. As promised, it didn't take long before footsteps echoed down the hall, and Cove's head of green hair appeared before you. He looked past his dad to see you standing there, and a smile pleased at... Well, wow. He looked past his dad to see you standing there and smiled, pleased at your visit. Hey, June. Hi, Cove. Can you hang out now? He gave you a placid smile, one you were all too familiar with. Sure. You kids take care, alright? I'll be around if you need anything. Mr. Holden shuffled back into the house and closed the front door, giving you some privacy. Cove tilted his head at you, Cove tilted his head at you, his bangs falling into his face as he did so. What's up? Let's do... I need to talk to you. Cove's forehead furrowed and concerned at your words. Well, I'm here. You can tell me. My mom and dad, who gave birth to me, they're dead. Oh, you got face. Without having to say anything else, Cove reached out and pulled you into a tight embrace, his familiar warmth enveloping you. I'm sorry, June. His words were whispered comfortingly into your shoulder. I say I'm okay. I'm glad you are. Still, he didn't let go. Can you talk somewhere else? You felt uncomfortable huddled around the entrance of Cove's house. That feeling didn't seem to be a problem, though. Yeah. Cove took you by the arm and encouraged you along behind him. You followed without protest. You headed towards the hills, where you and Lee had spent the majority of your day. Things seemed so different then, only a couple hours ago, and you wondered how everything had changed so drastically. You took a seat in the grass beside Cove, who bent his legs and rested his arms on them before he turned to you again. Can you explain everything to me? You nodded softly before taking in a heavy breath and launching into the story. Cove sat quietly and listened attentively, nodding every now and then, or taking in a sharp inhale. It took a long time for you to relay the details. Dozens of stars were pinpoints in the sky as the night wore on. Silence settled between you as Cove sat quietly for a moment, contemplating everything you had said. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet, drifting through the night towards
June,
you.
I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry about what happened to your parents. So sorry. He stopped suddenly and took in a deep, shaky breath, and you got the impression he was struggling with what was right to say. To this one, I feel bad that I don't feel worse about it. I never knew them at all. They're strangers, even if they did have me. You're not doing anything wrong, you know that, right? Aww. I think that you can be as sad as you want for as long as you need, or you can feel okay about it whenever you whenever you want to. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair as he looked out over the ocean.
It's okay.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, whatever you feel about it is how you feel about it, and you don't have to force yourself to be different. let's do the cry in relief. His words made a lot of sense. You knew that despite everything you were going through, you would be okay. Even as the tears slowly rolled down your face, that thought comforted you. Cove smiled at you a little, and you could tell he was trying to be comforting. You and your moms definitely don't. It doesn't matter. And your mom's definitely... What? Oh, okay. It doesn't matter if you're not blood related, you're definitely family. I can see that, and I hope you can too. You felt you felt the reassurance in his eyes. You stayed up on the hill together a little longer, looking out over the ocean and the stars that shone brightly above it. After talking about the situation with someone who wasn't directly a part of it, you started to see things in a different light. Above all, you were glad to have Cove's support, and to know you could count on him if you needed it. Hey! The sound voice of your sister behind you made you jump. You saw her standing a little way away. You walked closer and you didn't quite know what to do, or what she was planning on saying. Do you mind going? I want to talk to just June. You can come back. It's not gonna be forever or anything. Cove seemed equal parts concerned and skeptical. Leaving now wasn't a concept that thrilled him. I mean, I don't want Cove to leave, but at the same time, our sister needs to talk. We'll talk. If she wanted to talk to you in private, it was obvious about something important. Yeah, exactly. You waited until the two of you were alone before fixing her with an inquisitive look. Elizabeth folded her arms, looking you over. Did moms tell you about your parents too? Elizabeth broke eye contact after that.
Sorry.
Why did you want to talk to me? Elizabeth raised an eyebrow at the question, as though the answer should be obvious. I was worried about you. I was the one who brought it up, but I made you deal with whatever was left when I was gone. She sighed, glancing upwards for a moment before settling on you once more. I wanted to ask you what happened without everyone breathing down our necks. We'll do you're quietly surprised by her omission. She stuck her nose up a little at that, but her smile was soft. I'm okay, Elizabeth. It didn't upset me. How are you allowed to be that mature? The lightning spirit in her... The lightning spirits in her were quickly gone, as she slipped back into a scowl. You have to be born in the USA to become president. That's what she's upset about? What? You had never heard of that dream of hers before. She noticed your bafflement and confusion. I get I was never going to be president, but it just feels weird having stuff taken away. Not even getting the chance at it. Okay, that is fair. That would be rough if she was actually seriously dreaming about being president and then now can't. I don't like having to know that when I was born I was gonna... Okay. Let's try reading. I don't like having to know that when I was born I was gonna have a completely different life. So different I can't even think about what it'd look like in my head. I could have spoken another language, lived away from everything I've ever seen here, had someone else as my sibling. And then my parents died and I was adopted, and the life I got became a totally new thing forever. I can't go back to what it was, even if I wanted to. The heaviness settled between you and the person who became your sister. We'll do this one. It was a confusing feeling to have lived one way for as long as you can remember, but not having it be what was originally yours. Elizabeth watched you seriously. She was still trying to make sense of this. She was still trying to make sense of this to you and herself. I don't know why today was the day. Nothing came up to make me ask the question. It was just something I had in my head for a while. When it was just me and Mom's in the living room, I just kind of said it, finally, and there you go. She shifted from one foot to another, relaxing her stance just a bit. She also spoke more gently. Learning about them and what happened doesn't change how I feel about our family. She smirked, fixing you with sharp eyes. I'd already figured a long time ago that moms weren't our biological parents. That wasn't news. Nothing about my family I was first born in would have made me decide that this wasn't my family anymore. If you had hoped you'd be free from my big sisterly status, don't think you're so lucky. She bumped her shoulders against yours playfully, her lips tilted at the corners.
You'll always be my little brother.
Aw, that's so cute. You jokingly groaned at the prospect. We'll do that. You'll always be my family too. Chuckling, she seemed pleased with how the conversation had gone in the end. Ready to head back home? It's been a long day. You gave her a nod.
Come on.
Come on, you two, let's go. We walked home together in a comfortable silence down the well-round street. The familiarity of it all felt nice. When you stepped through the kitchen door, you found your moms quietly sitting together at the kitchen table. Their heads snapped up and they got to their feet to meet you, Ma giving you a careful smile. We're so glad to see you. We'll say everything's alright. That's wonderful, sweetheart. Really wonderful. Ma then came over and wrapped her arms around you and Elizabeth, giving you a tight hug. It didn't take long for Mom to join in, putting her arms around the both of you.
Love you.
We really couldn't have asked for better, kiddos. We love you. More than we could ever say. Moms! You smiled at their comfort. You're so glad your moms are alright. We'll do that. Love you too. You let them hug you for as long as they needed, and it was a nice moment shared between you. They both pulled back eventually and grinned at the two of you, and you knew then that you all had each other, and you always would. Hey, I hope you're alright. Lee came up to you, a self-smile plastered on her face. Are you okay, Elizabeth? Elizabeth rolled her eyes and huffed a breath, and you knew she wasn't used to showing her vulnerable side. I'm doing fine. Lee nodded, though you could tell she wasn't quite believing her. Well now, since we're all here, how about we do something together as a family? That sounds like an excellent idea. We should have some fun before the night's over.
Totally!
I love the sound of that. Okay. Cove looked a little bashful, likely over being included as part of the family, but he tried not to pay much attention to it. Why not? You hid the smile that threatened to tilt your lips, knowing that Elizabeth must have been in a good mood if she hadn't even teased Cove for being part of it. And no matter what you could have said about it, you wanted him to be here. He was someone who was really important to you. Who's got a suggestion? It should be something we can do here in the house, with everyone in the same room. You suddenly remember the show you and Lee had been working on earlier. Aww. Yeah, sure, we'll do the show. A show? This is the first time we're hearing of this. I'm intrigued.
Wonderful.
It would be amazing if you put it on for us to watch. Oh yeah, I need to see what you've cooked up. That'd be cool. You smiled at Lee, who returned the gesture while bouncing on her heels in excitement. Take some seats and we'll get everything together. Your moms collected the chairs from around the dining table and set them in a row in the living room, where there was enough space for the show. While they did that, you and Lee quickly gathered the supplies you needed and rehearsed the plan one last time. You went through the song you had written one last time. When the two of you returned to the living room, everyone was sitting and chatting amongst themselves while they waited. The group quieted down when you and Lee stood in front of them on your makeshift stage. Lee was buzzing quietly with excitement beside you. We're gonna be nervous all of a sudden. No matter how small the audience was, it was still all eyes on you. Okay, so welcome to our show. We only came up with it today, but we promise it'll be good. Your moms gave you a thumbs up in encouragement, ready for the performance. Then you nodded at Lee that you were ready to begin. You took in a deep breath, waiting the few beats it took to get into the song, and started singing. It made you proud to have the lyrics you had written sung like this. When the performance was over, Lee took your hand in hers, and the two of you bowed deeply together. Everyone gave you a round of applause and cheered for an encore. When you straightened yourself up, you were happy to see that even Elizabeth was clapping. Bravo, bravo, you're so talented. Your family rose from their seats and came over to congratulate you more directly. You were beaming from ear to ear. Cove was the first one to approach, stepping up to you and Lee with a smile on his face.
Nice.
Aww, thank you. Hey, were you the one who wrote that song? Maybe? Yeah, that was me. Cove smiled, content over his guess being correct.
Not bad.
I thought so, it was good. Aw, you liked our song. You couldn't help but feel flattered that he could recognize your talent so easily. Your parents gushed about how everything was and thanked you for sharing it with them. Elizabeth was complimentary in her own way, though she did describe the show as cute, which you knew she meant as kinda kitty. You laughed it off, however, and were just as happy that everyone had a nice time. In that moment, you couldn't have been more pleased to be part of the family you had. Aww, that was sweet. Okay, on to the next one. Sunlight shone through the windows as you sat in your living room, your home phone pressed against your ear. Cove was on the other end. It had been shaping up to be an ordinary day, like any other, until Cove had called unexpectedly. He sounded unusually nervous greeting you. You listened silently as he kept talking, his words stilted. So, I was just, wondering, do you want to come over to my house for dinner tonight? Yeah, that sounds fun. The question came out strangely, almost like you'd rehearsed it a few times beforehand. Your eyes widened a little. You hadn't expected this to be the reason behind the call. Yeah, I'll go. It was, huh? Oh. It seemed that Cove still had more to say, and you just interrupted him. Oops. Cool, well, he stumbled for a bit, trying to gather his thoughts again. My mom and dad, they really want you to be there, if your parents don't have a problem with it. They asked me to ask you. He took a moment to think. Dinner at home would be quiet and uneventful today. If you really want to, you could go to Cove's instead. Cove spoke up again, breaking your thought train. His voice was softer than before. I also want you to be there too. Aww. Can you? Come over, I mean. Yeah. Yes. Thanks, June. I'll let them know when I can. You sound noticeably relieved by your response. Was you coming over for dinner today that serious? He spoke to you a little while longer to explain what time to come over and other details, then hung up. And that was that, for now anyway. Soon enough, the sun dipped out of the sky and evening came. It was time for you to head to Cove's house. After letting Elizabeth know you were leaving, she didn't look away from the TV, just grunted. You made a small journey across the street. You knocked a couple times on the heavy door to their condo. As you waited for an answer, you found yourself contemplating being a guest while both of Cove's parents were there. We'll do apprehensive. You didn't know what to expect from this dinner party. You didn't get too much time with your thoughts, though. The door opened soon enough. Cove's mom stood in the frame, smiling warmly at you.
Come on.
Hey, June, welcome. Please come on in. Ooh, they have a nice house. It's simple yet elegant. There's a bookshelf, very nice. You opened the door wider and moved to make room. You stepped inside, allowing her to shut it behind you. Thanks so much for coming over. I know it was kind of last second. Thank you for having me. Just make yourself at home. It's not my home, but I've been given permission to say that. Hey June, welcome to our humble abode. You jerked your head towards the sound of Mr. Holden's voice. He waved at you briefly from the kitchen with his back turned and a large spoon in hand. Hope you're hungry, because I whipped up a lot of tasty stuff. Due to his word, you heard something sizzling on the stove. You closed your eyes and inhaled. It smelled spicy and savory. With Mr. Holden busy and Cove nowhere to be seen, it was just you and Kira. She gave you a wry smile. He sure is. Well, I've been barred from cooking the entire time I'm staying here. Can you believe that? She nudged you with an elbow. Mr. Holden scoffed good-naturedly, then spoke from over his shoulder. You're on vacation, Kira. You need to accept that already. She yelled back, amusement obvious on her face and in her tone. People still cook when they're on vacation. Everyone's gotta eat. It's not like I'm some celebrity who can go out for every meal or hire a private chef.
Sorry.
Well, in this house, you're a VIP. Okay, they're actually really cute together. Kira smiled and shook her head quietly. Then she turned to face you once more.
Well.
Sorry about that, June. Here I was, trying to strike up conversation with you, and Cliff just had to butt in. I don't butt in. She eyed him, chuckling in disbelief. He wasn't exactly disproving her point with that. Kira leaned over to whisper to you. It's okay, he likes to be included. But since Clifford insists on cooking all by himself, he'll have to wait. The two of us can chat. Her next question continued to be said in a hushed tone, just to be safe. So, how are you doing? I'm doing good. That's what I like to hear. She opened her mouth to say something more, but some lightly pounding footsteps caught your attention. You checked to see Cove emerge from the hall a few moments later. He might have heard all the commotion and left his room to see what was going on. He quickly took stock of the situation. His cheeks tinted pink at the sight of you standing in his living room, and his hand came up to rub his arm almost bashfully. June, you made it. Thanks for coming. Cove's voice was unnaturally loud, as if he thought you wouldn't be able to hear him from where you were, only a few feet away. Hi, Cove. You doing okay? Yeah, I'm fine. He didn't sound convincing at all. You narrowed your eyes suspiciously, but didn't call him out on it. If you could talk to him alone tonight, maybe you'd ask him what was going on then. It was when you glanced away from Cove that you spotted his parents watching the two of you interact. Cove noticed their stares too, meeting them with narrowed eyes.
So...
Are we having dinner now? Not yet, bud. I'm still cooking. Alright, I'm gonna go back to my room. As he turned to leave, he bent his head to the side to face you. You coming? Yes, please. The question was quiet, but you heard it clearly. You smiled, pleased that he asked, and nodded in affirmation. Cove turned fully and made his way down the hall. Have fun, you two. We'll call you when food's ready. With that, you followed after Cove. The two of you made your way down the hall. Is this the first time? I feel like this must not be our first time. I mean, we've been friends for like 5 years. So we'll do you to visit Cozen before, but only rarely. Cove got to the door first, opening and stepping inside. You joined him. Ooh, he has a cool bunk bed thing. And a fish tank? That's cool. Oh, I like the shelf. Well, that is a really cool bed. It has a surfboard thingy. I like his room. It's cool. There was a mat on the floor in front of the door. As you stepped over the threshold to his room, you felt the crunch of sand beneath your feet. The sensation was nothing new to you, of course. Cove constantly came back to his room covered in sand, not bothering to clean himself off at the front door, and it got all over his personal space. That's how he was, a little bit of a mess. That's okay. You hadn't heard Mr. Holden ever scold him for it, not like your moms would've, wow. Not like your moms would've if you'd done it. You can sit wherever you want. Cove himself took a seat at the edge of his large bed, looking like the picture of comfort, and left you to decide. We're sitting next to him on his bed. As soon as you sat next to him, Cove grew tense. His back went stiff and he ducked his head away. Okay, maybe that was a little forward, but that's okay. He tried to hide it. He tried to hide a trembling smile. Aw, that's cute.
Oh my god.
He said it under his breath as if he didn't want you to hear. You obviously did, and easily since you were right beside him. Felt charmed by his reaction. I mean, that's kind of valid. Do we feel very charmed by his reaction or smile comfortingly at him? You know what? I'm feeling the very charmed by his reaction. He raised his eyebrows. You both kept noticing the other's every move. You're adorable. You're such a sweet guy, or you're like an open book. We'll say you're such a sweet guy.
What?
He clearly hadn't expected the compliment. Somehow his flesh grew even worse, spreading all the way down his neck. He fumbled for words. I'm not, that's... He gripped the blanket underneath him and searched for something more to say. Did you see my fish? I got some in a tank, right there. He's so awkward, it's so cute. Cove threw both his hands in front of him to direct your eyes towards his pets. He was trying pretty poorly to change the topic. That much was clear. You decided to show him mercy and allowed it. You started to watch the bright fish swim. There were a bunch of them, floating to and fro in the open space. They stood out starkly against the green aquarium plants. How long have you had those fish? My dad bought them for me not very long after I moved here. I guess it's been years now. Wow, that's a long time. You peered carefully into the tank. The fish looked to be doing well. You must take good care of them. Most of them were small, but there was one especially big one. What are their names? I don't name them. Well, not really. You lifted an eyebrow at that. He continued the explanation sheepishly. I mostly just call them things based on what they look like. Squirt for the small one, tangerine for a really orange one, that sort of thing. Had a lot of fish. I'm not that good at coming up with names. You found that relatable. You didn't have any pets, but you always had trouble naming your stuffed animals or whatever. It was always such a hard choice. Oh, a couple of them have other types of names. He pointed to a small orangish red fish. It was minding its own business away from the others. My dad named her Dreamcatcher, and that other one's Mark. Mom came up with that one. Cove smiled to himself, his eyes reflecting the glow from the tank. You let other people name your fish?
It's nice.
Yeah, it's nice. He then turned to you, tilting his head to the side. There was a considering look on his face. Do you want to name one? Yeah. Yeah. His smile grew a little at your enthusiasm. There's a few who don't have names right now, the newer ones. You can pick which one you want to name. He pointed each of the recent acquisitions out to you. The first was the smallest fish in the tank. It was completely orange and zipped all over the place, running laps around the others. The second was slightly bigger and red. Its tail was dotted with black spots, which almost resembled freckles. The last fish was the biggest one, its multicolored scales rippling under the bright lights of the tank as it slowly made its way across the vast expanse. Let's do the big one. Cove nodded at your answer, waiting for you to decide on a suitable name. You watched the fish you chose carefully. As you did, a name eventually came to you. Oh great, now we need to name the fish. Not Frank. Sunbeam's a good name. Gil's kind of boring. June seems a little too forward. Cove seems, I don't know, that seems a little odd too. We could put in our own answer. What are we gonna name the fishy? Let's do... Let's name the fish Sweetheart. So it's suggestive, but not too direct. And it's like subtle, but also not too subtle. Just realized I actually had frames dropped. Hopefully it's not too bad. Doesn't look like it is. Okay, we're gonna name it Sweetheart. Alright, it's Sweetheart. That his attention moved from you to the tank. He peered fondly at it and its inhabitants. You smiled proudly at Sweetheart as it swam through the tendrils of the plants, disappearing then reappearing soon after. You noticed then that Cove was sitting closer to you than he was before. He must have scooted over at some point during the conversation. This close, your shoulders were almost pressing against each other. Your heartbeat picked up a little at the realization. Aww. You know, I'm not allowed to have pets in my house, not even fish. The corners of Cove's lips turned down at that. That doesn't sound fair. It's not like fish would make a mess of your house or anything. You just gotta take care of the tank and feed them and they'll be okay. They trust Elizabeth and me to go around the neighborhood alone, but they won't let us have pets? Doesn't make sense. Maybe when you're even older they'll let you? I don't know, they seem pretty against it. Your current conversation brought to mind a memory from years ago. You launched into it without any warning, earning you a brief confused look from Cove. One time, Elizabeth, came back from playing at the beach and just shut herself in her room. She only came down for food, and then she ran back upstairs straight after. It was kind of weird. My moms didn't think much of it at first, though. Then that night, Mom went into her room to say goodnight and started screaming. Mom and I ran over to see what happened. Lizzie had this huge lizard in her arms. Cove's eyebrows rose at that, and I leaned forward in interest. A lizard? Where'd that come from? Elizabeth said she saw it half buried in the sand and didn't know what it was. Then she pulled it out and got the answer, so she brought it home. She hid the lizard in her room for most of the day because she wanted to keep it. Mom and Ma were not happy. They worried about putting it out during the night, but she was going to have to let it go in the morning. Lizzie was really upset. She did bring it back to the beach eventually, but she wouldn't talk to anyone for days. When she did get over it, it was almost like it never happened. You laughed, thinking back to that time. Elizabeth had always been stubborn, but when she was younger, she forgot grudges quickly. Now, it wasn't so easy. Cove had been quiet for most of the story, apart from the reveal of the lizard. He had a thoughtful look on his face. I can't even imagine what it'd be like to have a sibling. You gave serious thought to his statement before you told him. We'll say there are ups and downs. It's fun to have her there when she wants to be there, but now Elizabeth barely feels like hanging out with me. Cove pursed his lips at the words, considering them quietly for a while. That's interesting. I think your family is cool. He didn't have much else to say. Though, while on the topic of your family, you considered your relationships with your moms too. They were the best. You couldn't even consider having another option. You couldn't have better parents. Well, say what you want, blah blah blah. Well, say what you want about them, but at least your mom's never tried to pay someone to be your friend. The thought prompted you to look over at Cove. He probably still didn't know that happened. You doubt that Mr. Holden mentioned it, and you never had. You wonder if you should tell him. It was a long time ago, but you were keeping a secret from Cove. Oh. Do we tell him or not? I feel like there's not really any point in telling him, but there's also not really a reason not to tell him. I don't know. I don't know. Let's go ahead and tell him. Because I think. I don't know. Because, like, there's not really a reason to tell him, but at the same time, it is also a kind of funny story, and I think it's been long enough. Although, wait, he's not gonna get upset at me, I don't think, but he might get upset at his dad. Let's not tell him. Like, he and his dad are kind of on thin ice half the time anyway, so we'll just not tell him. Wuffy got really upset just thinking about his possible reaction made you nervous. Time passed, but you didn't really notice. The two of you were busy making plans for the rest of the summer and chatting about your respective days. Eventually you heard a muffled holler from a different part of the house. You and Cove raised your heads in unison.
Oh.
Time for dinner. Cove watched the firmly shut door he had been... Wow. I can talk. Cove watched the firmly shut door he had been locked behind for most of the night, but he didn't make a move to get up from the bed. You couldn't see his face, so you didn't know what expression he was wearing. I'm glad you came. Cove peeked back at you from the side. It's been awkward. I get that. It's been hard on you, huh? I get that. It's been hard on you, huh? You felt sympathetic towards him. You didn't know what he was going through, but you cared about him. Cove said nothing else and remained sat where he was. Now would be as good a time as any to ask him why his parents so suddenly wanted you to come over. Is there a reason why they wanted me to come over tonight? It hasn't been awkward for just me. Sometimes it gets like this when no one else is around, but now you're here. Huh, you hadn't considered that, but it sort of made sense in a way. There was another shout from outside, too muffled to actually know the words, but you could imagine what they were. Let's go. Joe finally got up, lumbering away with his shoulders sagged. You followed after him. Together, the two of you made your way back to the living room. As you expected, Cove's parents were politely waiting for you at the kitchen table, beside the windows overlooking the back of the house. Food had been prepared and set. Mr. Holden beamed as you and Cove took your places. I hope everyone's hungry. I cooked up a feast.
Yeah!
I know I am. Yeah. Cove's mumbled response wasn't nearly as upbeat as theirs. His parents didn't notice, or they pretended not to. Mr. Holden instead looked at you, grinning.
Thanks.
I'll take a moment to thank our special guest for being with us tonight. I'm so glad you were able to make it, June, and on such short notice, too. He just felt awkward about the situation. I mean, that's valid, but we'll say thank you. I'm happy to be here. Thank you both for inviting me. Well, that's it. Everyone, please dig in. You can help yourselves to the food. Upon his encouragement, you looked over the meal spread out in front of you. There was a large garden salad in the center, surrounded by a variety of Mexican dishes. There were a lot of sides and optional sauces to add. I always think you could work with this. I don't dislike Mexican food, but it's definitely not my first choice. You didn't mind Mexican food. Mom loved it, so you ate as a family often. In a way, it made your first dinner at the Holden's house feel a bit more normal. Utensils and plates scraped and clinked together as the group began filling their plates. Cliff, could you pass the salsa verde? Of course.
Thanks.
Thank you. Let me just say, you really outdid yourself tonight. I'm so jealous. Jealous of what? Your cookie is nothing to sneeze at. Cove's parents made small talk, filling the silence with what seemed to be barely any effort. You chimed in as well. Did it take you a long time to cook all this, Mr. Holden? Oh, not at all. Sure, this is more than I usually make for me and Cove, but I enjoyed every second of it.
Aha!
Might have gone fast if you had some help, though. Cove's mom grumbled, but it was lighthearted. Mr. Holden chuckled and shook his head. Not this again. I make the rules here, and I say guests don't cook. Even when they're staying for literal weeks.
Come on.
Even then. Everything looks great, Dad, as always. Thanks, sport. Glad you think so. Cove smiled. It was genuine, even if it was strained at the corners. Brief silences interspersed the small talk. You piled some food on your plate, waiting for your turn if someone was serving themselves a dish that you had your eye on. Once the food had been divided and things settled down, Cove's parents started talking again. Now then, you sat up in your seat when you noticed they were both looking at you. Oh boy.
How's it going?
How's everything been over at your house? Are your moms well? You been keeping busy this summer? Or maybe you're just trying to take it easy during the break? I mean, that was a lot of questions all at once. You were blindsided by them, your mind blank. Then again, this was Mr. Holden, maybe you should have expected this. We'll say moms are doing well. My moms are great. Mom took us out for dessert a couple weeks ago, since her project went really well. Is that so? I'll have to congratulate her when I see her. I'll do what I've done this summer. I'll say I'm not sure where to start. There's so much that's happened. Mr. Holden's brows raised when he answered with that. Sure, keeping yourself busy. I could learn a thing or two from you. Okay. Can someone say info overboard? June can't keep up with everything you're throwing out. Mr. Holden winced at the gentle reprimand, as if just realizing how rapid fire his questions had been. Oops, sorry about that. Guess there was a lot to take in at once, huh? Yeah, you did kind of drop all the questions at once. You could have spaced them out a little bit. Did you know, Cliff? June's really into reading. Mr. Holden's face lit up, and he stopped eating so he could lean forward, his arms braced against the table. Oh boy.
Nice work.
Oh, that's right. Very cool. It's not a big thing. Don't downplay your interests like that. Kira's right. If you enjoy it, then it's definitely a big thing. Thanks. Cove's parents were definitely the encouraging type, but you could already tell that much about them. There was a lull in conversation as everyone focused their attention on their respective plates. You know, it's not for the first time that Cove's parents were the ones guiding the conversation. You wondered if you should break the silence this time. Nah, we're just gonna leave it to them. Mr. Holden was the one who spoke, glancing at his son before turning to you with an easy grin. Speaking of hobbies, Cove's been playing some tennis this summer. He and Kira keep hitting the court together. Who would have guessed? You had already known that since Cove is so open with you, but it was interesting to hear his parents' perspective on it. The rest of dinner continued just like that, with light conversation as you ate your meals. Eventually, all the dishes on the kitchen table were pretty much gone. Kira set down her fork and rested her arms at her sides, letting loose a satisfied sigh. Her plate was completely empty.
Thanks.
It was delish. Thanks for your culinary creations, Cliff. Mr. Holden was like a flower soaking up the rays of the sun. He beamed, flattered by the praise. Tried not to eat too much even though it was good. It wasn't good to completely stuff yourself full of food, so you held yourself back. Cove successfully kept his presence to a minimum for the full meal. He was slumped over even now, toying with his silverware. Parents practically only talked to you. Most attempts to entice him to join the conversation failed. It wasn't typical for him to say so little. At least he tried to participate. You didn't get much time to contemplate Cove's situation because your attention was taken by Mr. Holden pointedly clearing his voice. Now to sound like a broken record, but thanks for coming, June. I'm glad we finally got the chance to have you over for a real dinner.
What?
What? Did I hear that right? This is the first time June's ever had dinner here? Why in the world haven't you invited him over sooner? Cove was always the one going over to June's house until now. I mean, how was I supposed to reject the generous offer of the Wordweaver family to host my kid? Kira shook her head, but the amused smile she was sporting told you that she wasn't actually mad. This guy, honestly. The three of you looked at Cove in unison, his small sound being more than enough to get the focus on him after his silence. By now, he'd stopped fiddling with his fork.
I mean...
Oh, would it be alright for June to stay over, like, for the night? He shot you a sly glance then, smiling a little. If you're cool with that. Mr. Holden's shoulders stiffened. He sat up straighter, eyes darting back and forth between you and Cove. His mouth open, but not a peep came out. You've never seen Cove's dad say no to him before, but this was different than the usual request. It wasn't so simple, and Mr. Holden was lost. Then Cove's mom reached out and took hold of his shirt collar. She pulled him closer. She glanced at you before leaning in and bringing a hand up to the front of their faces. The two adults whispered seriously to each other. Cove's eyes opened wider. He leaned forward as if that would help him overhear his parents' conversation. Mr. Holden kept gesturing with his hands while Kira made sure he didn't get too far away with all of his movements. Every now and then, both of them would watch you and Cove out of the corner of their eyes. It didn't seem like they were fighting for you. They looked more like some kind of tiny sports team having a private huddle. After a bit, they broke the group up. They moved back to sit properly in their chairs. You snuck a look at Cove. He stared at them expectantly. You were eager to hear their verdict too. We, Kira and I, think that should be fine, but... He lifted a finger dramatically, his brow raised as he met Cove's gaze, and then your own. We'll have to talk with June's parents, so to make sure they're comfortable with it. If they are, we can arrange for a sleepover to happen on a different night, when everyone is more prepared. If June's folk don't like the idea, there's nothing we can do. He finished the mini speech with a wide shrug using his full arms. He also checked out Kira from the corner of his eyes and gave her a crooked smile. She nodded approvingly and grinned back. You thought you saw her give him a thumbs up, but her hand was partially blocked by the table. They looked so pleased with themselves over the answer, but they just passed the actual decision on whether it was right or not to someone else, namely your parents. If this was a sports game, they would have punted the ball away. Aw, Cove hung his head deflated. He had been hoping he could stay over today, not some hypothetical time in the future. I'll sneak the phone into my room tonight. You could always sneak into my room again. Probably not a good idea, because then they wouldn't let us actually have a sleepover. We'll pout about it too. Cove and you sulked as the set, neither able to muster the enthusiasm to find a bright side in this disappointment. He stared at his lap, an impressive frown on his lips. With that, dinner finally came to an end. Mr. Holden stood up from the table and began collecting empty plates. Cove was asked to help out, which he did with little fuss. Kira tried to lend a hand as well, however Mr. Holden didn't let her. It seemed she was barred from cleaning as well as cooking. You weren't allowed to chip in either, since you were there as the declared guest of honor. Although the meal was over, the night wasn't. It looked like you weren't going home just yet after all. You were asked to wait on the couch. While Cove and his dad were cleaning up the mess, Kira disappeared down the hall after shooting you a wink. It was a bit strange sitting by yourself while everyone else had something to do. Luckily, you weren't alone for too long. After a couple of minutes, Cove's mom returned with a deck of cards in her hands. She strolled into the room confidently while shuffling. So, who's up for a few rounds? Cove and his dad looked over their shoulder at the question. They were mutually intrigued by the cards in her hand. She beamed at their expressions and stepped further into the living room, ignoring the couches. She sat cross-legged on the floor by the coffee table. She turned to you and gestured at the space beside her, smiling invitingly. You accepted and followed her lead. The living room carpet was soft, though the hardwood underneath could definitely still be felt. Kira did an overhand shuffle while she waited for the others to finish their tasks. The smile had yet to leave her lips.
Great.
This is gonna be good. Well, we enjoyed her enthusiasm. Cove's mom was funny, upbeat, and easygoing. You leaned closer to watch her expertly shuffle the cards. It didn't take much longer for Cove and his dad to wrap things enough to call it good. Cove's dad appeared first, followed closely behind by Cove. Mr. Holden rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Alright, I'm ready. As he took a seat across from you on the floor, you noticed that Cove hadn't joined him. He went straight down the hall instead, without even a word. You stared on, confused, as he disappeared through his bedroom door. Cove's parents didn't look concerned at the stunt. Kira nonchalantly split the deck of cards in two and rifled the halves together while offering an explanation of sorts. Cove doesn't keep his wallet with him. Cove doesn't keep his wallet with him when at home. He puts it away. What? Cove quickly returned to the living room, a black wallet in his hand. He took a place at the foot of the table with the rest of you. You blinked as Cove unzipped his wallet. You all use real money on card games with family? While you sat there, your hands idle in your lap, the three shot looks at one another and sized each other up.
Yeah.
That's right, $5 per round per person, winner takes all. Okay, interesting. Go big or go home. Oh, are you planning on kicking Jun to the curb, or do you intend on donating the guest of honor's pot, Mr. High Roller? Mr. Holden narrowed his eyes and leaned back against the side of the couch, completely at ease.
No worries.
If Jun wants to play, I'll fund his way in. Don't worry about it. He rested his arm across the top of a knee that he had propped up. Cove's dad was acting slick in a way you'd never seen before. I mean, this is slightly awkward, but sure, we'll appreciate his offer. Thanks, Mr. Holden. His tone and stance instantly became more familiar and familiarly friendly when he lost his place in the sentence, when he started directing his words to you. No problem, you can count on me. You can let me pay for Jun. He's my friend. Aww. Mr. Holden grinned with a chuckle.
Good kid.
Alright, bud, I concede. You're too polite for me. Well, you've got your ticket. Interested in throwing in? You glanced around. This seemed like a serious business. In response to your consideration, Kira softened her competitive smile. Don't worry too much. We'll probably just do some rounds of Go Fish tonight. No biggie.
Do you mind?
What do you think? Sure. I'd love to play. Mr. Holden gave you a big thumbs up, while Cove nodded firmly back. I mean, can you be really good at Go Fish? Sure, we'll say I'm really good at Go Fish. You usually would when you played with your own family, to the point Elizabeth refused to play that game with you anymore. Okay, I have had that, just not with Go Fish. No one wanted to play Old Maid with me. I'm still slightly bitter about that. I loved that game growing up. It's like Go Fish, but more competitive. Fantastic. We'll play for however long everyone wants to keep going, or until people start running out of cash, but are still refusing to quit well behind. Speaking for yourself, I see. With a laugh, Kira nudged you using an elbow, then motioned towards the other two with her chin. Don't be fooled by their soft faces, these boys are sharks. In reaction to her words, Mr. Holden smirked and Cove's eyebrows became more angular. Kira's phrasing made you think back to when you were young, specifically on Mr. Holden's favorite shark pants that he used to wear all the time. Perhaps they had been a fit for him in a way you didn't know of. You could feel tension in the air. Cove and his parents glued their eyes to one another, then all placed $5 bills in an empty space in front of them. Cove dropped an extra one for you, giving you a tiny smile after he did. Yeah, that's cute. Once this was done, Kira began dealing out cards to everybody. It was time to begin. First round came and went quickly, with the group getting into the groove of things. You won right away, which meant you had money to keep playing, but you won right away, which meant you had money to keep playing this second round. You're a natural. Nicely done. You better keep those wits about you for the next round, though. As the night went on, so did the games. Mr. Holden would jokingly shake fists whenever someone other than him got a pair. Kira acted as a news anchor, reporting on every move everyone made by speaking into her curled fist. Cove was still a few words, but now it was because he was focused on the game instead of being overcome with awkwardness. Most of the time, you even spotted a smile on his face. You won quite a few games, to your delight. You had a hefty money pile on your side of the table. You must regret paying Jun's way in now, huh? No way. Jun might be beating me, but he's also beating you two. Cove turned towards you and smiled, looking pleased at your ability to match his mom and dad. You grinned at him, touched by his speedy comeback. It became clear that where the money went in the moment didn't really matter. They ended up giving it back to one another in other ways, and not just through more rounds of cards. You sat back, looking over the scene. A tiny smile grew on your face. Cove's family was pretty cool, you thought. You were glad you got this chance to come over to spend time with the three of them. Okay, that was a cute little story. Okay, we're gonna do one more. We'll get through half of them. And then I really should stop so I can go get other stuff done today. Okay, one more. Even though you were awake, the sun had barely peeked its head above the horizon, and the sky above was still dark, though lightening by the minute. Usually you wouldn't be up so early, especially during summer vacation, but today was different. Today, instead of the lazy days you were used to, everything around you was a flurry of activity as both your family and Cove's prepared for what lay ahead. Because parked in the street just outside your house was a massive RV camper, so big you couldn't even see Cove's house behind it. His parents had rented the RV for a few days to take him on a short road trip to see the Redwood National Park. Oh, that's cool. I like the Redwoods. I haven't seen it in years. I think I've been there at least once though. A long time ago. You glanced at Cove, who was standing nearby, taking in the scene in front of him. The prospect of the trip had to be a mixed bag for him, but it was only 3 days, so it seemed he was dealing with it as best he could. Especially now that you and your family were joining them. Yeah, road trip time, let's go! You weren't sure exactly how it had happened. You knew your parents and Cove spoke to each other often, and somewhere along the way plans were made after Cliff offered to share the space. Your parents all thought it was a fantastic idea. You had already gotten a good look inside while helping to load everything in, and you had to admit that, well, it was a really big car, fitting that many people inside was going to be snug. That's a lot of people. What? 7 of them?
Let's go.
Move it or lose it, kiddo. Mom bustled past with a cooler in one hand and a large bottle of water in the other. She was upbeat for this. She was upbeat for this early in the morning. Oh, I miss family road trips. Like being a kid and going on a family road trip, so much fun. Ma, however, seemed to be on the other side of the wavelength. She followed behind her wife, dragging her feet on every step. I'm going to need a whole jug of coffee once we hit the road. Yeah, no, we're a morning person. Stretch your arms out and took in some deep breaths. The air was still a little damp from dew, but you didn't mind it. And then, at the end of the chain, came your sister. She had a bone to pick before the trip officially started. Her rattling of critiques added some level of normalcy to everything new going on. I don't get why I can't sleep in the bed tonight. Jun's the youngest, and I'll never fall asleep in that loft. We're trying to make things fair on everyone. If you want to play the older card, you should be offering to take the loft both nights. It's important for big siblings to make sacrifices for their younger ones. Elizabeth huffed, not happy with that answer in the slightest, and folded her arms, leaning back against the side of the RV. The trip plans had been nailed down prior, the sleeping arrangements included. Elizabeth still held on to her objections with them. It was the main area of the RV with a couch, loft, and some floor space, and at the end of the car was a room with a large bed. Your moms were sharing the bed. Kira was on the couch, and father and son intended to sleep on the floor. The adults determined you and Elizabeth would switch between the small loft above the driver's seat and sharing the bed with moms. I'd rather sleep in the loft. Or you thought it was unfair that Cove had to sleep on the floor. Well, I mean, that's really the only way it made sense. I was so excited to sleep on the loft. It would be a new experience for you, and it sounded kind of cool. Alright, you lot. Does everyone have everything they need? We're heading out in 5 minutes. Now's the time to double check. You don't want to forget something important. At the word, Elizabeth yelped and dashed back into the house, her bedhead hair bouncing behind her as she went. Ma came over and gave you a smile, setting her hands on her hips. How about you? What? You have all your clothes packed? Toiletries, deodorant, floss, anything else you can think of. You're confident you had it all. Wanting to make sure everything was organized and ready to go, you had packed the night before, and set your alarm too. Okay, in reality, I would have packed like 3 days before. Probably more than that. I have a horrible habit of packing for trips way too early. Yep, I'm good. That's great. We'll have to wait for the others who weren't as organized, but we'll be heading off shortly. With a few minutes left to spare before leaving, you mentally went over what you had packed for the trip. Clothes, a pillow and blanket, usual day-to-day gear for most people. You also had more personal things, such as, what do we bring? Ooh, pencils and paper. Couple things to read. Pencils and paper. You must always have pen and paper with you, because you never know when you need to write something down. You You had to be prepared in case you saw something a sketch at the park, or if you had to write down anything, or if you needed to pass or if you needed to pass the time just doodling. Exactly. A bag of makeup? No. And a couple things to read? Yeah, a couple things to read. You had packed one of your old favorites and a new one you'd never tried before. You knew you'd have plenty of time for both on such a long drive. Good point, I forgot we're on a road trip. And lastly, the camera. It was just a little pocket camera you had gotten from your mom's, but you couldn't miss the opportunity to take some new snaps. And that's everything. Hey, let me take that for you, June. All stowed in the RV. There's a few spots left, it'll fit. You let Kira take your bag and gave her a grateful smile. With nothing left to do, you watched the others getting ready for the trip. Kira and Cliff seemed to have the most energy of anyone. Of course they do, that makes sense. They were finishing packing the suitcases away while your moms had gone to lock up the house. They high-fived whenever another one got cramped into the storage compartment of the vehicle. Even though your own parents were more low-key than Cove's, you could tell they were both excited for the trip. It had been a while since your family had been away anywhere together. Elizabeth skipped towards the RV, a bag slung over her shoulder, and you were surprised to see she seemed more optimistic about the whole ordeal now. Why did I struggle with that sentence? I don't know. Usually, she wasn't one to exit the confines of her room unless it was for TV or food or to leave her family behind with her to be with friends. You would have thought 3 whole days packed in an RV with 6 others would be too much for her, but it was a nice surprise. You supposed any vacation was better than no vacation in her mind. Cove had been pretty quiet so far, and more than anything, seemed to be overwhelmed by the situation. That's fair. I'm excited. Yeah, you were excited for the trip. It was great to get away and explore new places. Soon the miscellaneous remaining tasks had all been wrapped up. Everyone piled into the RV. It was officially time for the trip to start. And it did. Cliff took the first shift driving. He cautiously navigated the massive car out of the narrow neighborhood streets. It was touch and go for the first part of the journey. Your moms and Kira were all huddled at the front, trying to get a view of how much space they had on each side. There was a sense of relief when the first long leg of the trip was hit, and the RV would only need to go down one stretch of highway for miles. The mom group cleared out of the driver's area, leaving Cove's dad to it, taking more comfortable seats around the main cabin. You felt like you could finally relax now too. Time slipped by as morning faded away. Before you realized it, the engine of the RV came to a stop, but only halted for a few moments as Cliff climbed out from the driver's seat and Mom took over. Mom was sitting shotgun, giving Mom a quick tutorial on the controls, as it was her first time driving anything this large. Cliff groaned as he headed towards the rest of you, stretching his arms above his head and loosening up his muscles. We're making good progress. Maybe you should take a nap in the back for a while. That was a long haul you just did. I know you're on less sleep than usual. Cliff waved a hand, that trademark grin of his slipping into place.
Nah.
I don't need sleep. I've got a few more miles in the old tank. He flexed an arm, showing off his muscles to drive the point about how resilient he was home, and Kira rolled her eyes in amusement. Dad, everybody has to sleep. Cove shook his head at the tough guy act, though Cliff simply chuckled and ruffled his son's hair.
So?
Are you going to be driving again anytime soon, Mr. Holden? I want to know so I can prepare. Did anyone pack some rope? I might need it. There's no seatbelts up here. Elizabeth called down from where she was lounging in the loft above the driving compartment. She was laying on her back, her hair falling over the side, and swinging around as the RV started up again and took off down the road. A bag of potato chips was balanced on Elizabeth's stomach, and she tossed a couple in her mouth right as Cliff held a hand to his chest, pretending to be offended by the remark. Kira laughed lightheartedly.
Don't worry about that.
Luckily for all us, wow, I can't talk. Luckily for all of us, we have enough adults to cover the shifts today. He won't be driving again until tomorrow. Just enough time to write up my last will and testament. I'm just gonna stay quiet. I'm just gonna stay out of this. Didn't have anything to add to the conversation, but it was pretty funny all the same. Mom then shouted back in her seat to join in the conversation, a playful smile tilting her lips. What I'm more worried about is this old monster getting a stand back again before falling apart. It looks as though it was built in the early 90s. It must be older than some of the occupants. That's just the aesthetic of the decor. It's not that old, I think. Did you ask what year the model was before you rented it? Kira wrinkled her nose and thought.
Hey!
Yes, I did. I just can't remember what the answer was. Cliff chuckled at her, while the rest of you let out a collective sigh. The RV lurched a little as it picked up speed, and you held onto the ladder to the loft to keep your balance. You felt something graze the top of your head before a weight settled on your blue hair. When you tilted your chin up carefully to look, you heard the rustling of the bag of chips and realized Elizabeth had rested the end of it on your head. She gestured to the opening, silently offering to share her snack. Sure. That was nice of her to give me some. Reaching up, you scooped up some chips. After that, the weight of the pack had left your scalp. You happily munched away as the conversation continued on, and you got closer and closer to your destination. Okay. We're gonna take a quick, little mini break, because I need a little more water. So yeah, short break, and then we'll finish up this little story. So yeah, be right back. Okay, I'm back. The day flew by with a group of you chatting, playing games, and passing the time together before finally arriving at the park and setting up for the night. Ma was closing the windows while everyone got ready for bed, saying goodnight to each other as she made her way to the back room. Or saying goodnight to the others as she made her way to the back room. You had all had dinner together while still driving, and some hours after you arrived at your destination and found. Oh, okay, try that again. You had all had dinner together while still driving, and some hours after had arrived at your destination and found a spot to park in for the rest of your stay. Okay. Giving a look across the front of the RV, you noticed almost everyone there was already dozing off where they were, with Cove having completely fallen asleep curled up in the passenger seat. Aw, it's cute. He must have done so while Kira was driving the last leg, and they had decided not to disturb him. Kira herself was the only one up there who was still awake, flipping through a magazine next to a portable light from her spot on the couch. It seemed Mr. Holden needed to sleep despite his claims. You followed your moms into the back room and closed the door behind you before crawling into bed between them. It was a queen-size bed, so there was enough space for the three of you together without too much squishing. Get a good rest, June. We've got a big day ahead of us tomorrow.
That's fantastic.
I'm looking forward to the bushwalk in the morning. It's been a long time since I was out in nature like this. There'll be plenty for us to see. You stayed awake for a little while longer while your moms whispered about the park and forests in general. With the sound of their voices in the background, you eventually nodded off to sleep. The next morning you were up bright and early preparing for the day ahead. You had an okay sleep. It was nothing compared to your bed at home, but at least you didn't have to sleep on the floor, so you couldn't complain too much. Ma whined a bit about the firmness of the mattress, but Mom had only encouraged her to enjoy the trip while she could. While looking for a spot to get ready, you had some trouble finding a space of your own, as the others were doing the same thing. That's a lot of people in one RV. Cove was perched on top of the counter, brushing his hair and tucking up his legs every time someone wanted to move past. I don't know why, but that's kind of adorable. The parents were checking, double checking, and triple checking that you had everything to the point where you had stopped listening to them altogether. You knew you wouldn't be returning to the RV at all that day, but by the look of the backpacks that were packed and ready to go, you doubted anything was missing from them. Oh, look at the trees! Now I want to go on a nice, forest hike. The summer's getting away from me already. I always have grand plans of planning camping trips and stuff for the summer, and then summer always sneaks up on me. There's still a chance though, we'll see. Anywho, it didn't take much longer until you all exited the RV in a bustle and headed into the Redwood National Park. Oh, I seriously love that coat. I don't know why I like it so much. Well, I do know why, because it's totally my style. I love it. Cove had his head tilted up towards the canopy of the trees, his eyes wide as he took in the massive trunks on either side of you. You knew that the redwood trees were considered the tallest trees on Earth, but you weren't prepared for exactly how huge they would be in person.
Come on!
Smile, you two! You spun just in time for Kira to snap a picture of you and Cove together, before she pointed her camera at Cliff, trying to get a shot despite his weak protest that she should just enjoy the moment. Your parents were walking behind the group a little, with Mom telling Ma some information she had read about the park in a brochure. Ma listened happily while looking around and taking in the sights, every now and then asking a question or making a joke about something Mom had said. You smiled at them, thinking your mom must have read a lot of pamphlets to know so much about the park. Maybe you should come and work here as a tour guide if you know so much about the place. Elizabeth teased, earning a squeeze on the nose from Mom. She seemed to be enjoying herself, but you thought that might just be because she was amused by everyone else's reactions. On the woods, fascinated by the sensation surrounding you. We'll do. You're fascinated by the sensation surrounding you. Bird calls echoed all around you, and once or twice something would rustle in the underbrush. You strained your eyes through the trees for any sign of wildlife, and managed to catch a glimpse of a rabbit bounding through the foliage. The adults had decided on some casual nature walks rather than any serious hiking, and you strolled along at your own pace, taking in the scenery. Elizabeth sped up a little, smirking at Cove as she fell into place between the two of you. And immediately you could tell by her expression she was going to say something taunting. Oh boy. Can't believe our families are actually on vacation together. She threw her arms out, speaking with a genuine sense of bewilderment. I would have joked about something like this happening, but now I'm not sure I want to give them any more ideas. Cove smiled at her, even if it was a little awkwardly, and continued walking along. Just watch. Next year, they'll be talking about their next new amazing idea. She put on a fake voice, deeper than her own. We should just sell both their houses and move in together. Think of how much we'd save on the mortgage. It was clear that Elizabeth was being sarcastic. Cove simply shook his head, not really bothered by her. He supposed he was used to it by this point. But seriously, they really do act like we're a single family, just because we live across the street from each other. Elizabeth gave you and Cove a look, her eyes glinting with mischief as she leered at you.
Yeah.
Maybe one day we will be related, legally anyway. She said it as though she was a gossipy old lady. But she almost immediately dropped the tone and nonchalantly said her real thoughts. At least that's what Ma thinks. Cove still blushed, which made Elizabeth smile triumphantly. Okay, we're back. I really need to look into a paid version of one of my audio softwares because it times out after like 6 hours or 5 hours if you use the free version, which is normally fine except for these rare times I do really long streams. Anyways, okay, where were we? Then he mumbled quietly, refusing to make eye contact with either of you. I don't know why you think you're so funny when no one else does. I'll marry you, Cove. We'll tell her to cut it out because he's clearly uncomfortable. You don't need to ruin the day with that. Oh, I thought you would be happy someone put the idea in Cove's head. He could have the idea himself. He doesn't need someone else putting the idea in there. I don't think he's making plans about marrying anyone right now. Okay, that might not have been the right thing to say, but I mean, it's also quite valid. We're, what, 13 at the moment? Elizabeth made a smug face, saying in a sing-song voice, I wouldn't be so sure about that. Cove frowned and reddened harder, but pretended to ignore what she was saying. The day continued on with plenty to see and experience. You passed a You passed a few different activities that you would have liked to try out if you had the time, such as kayaking and rock climbing, but Ma said that you would have to wait for another trip. There was a little stream during the walk that you sat beside and set out a picnic for lunch, nibbling on a selection of fruit, sandwiches, and chips. Various birds flew by overhead, and you made a game out of guessing the species that were hanging out in the trees nearby. You even managed to get a couple of them right, including the kingfisher that grabbed half a Cliff sandwich. Look at this. You thought the long trip was worth it. You're glad you got to do this. Or you're disappointed to only have one day. You're glad we got to do this. It was definitely a special experience and one you'd remember for a long time to come. You smiled to yourself, committing the sights and sounds to memory. Your group made it back to camp just as the sun was setting in the sky, and the stars were appearing one by one. Everyone had enjoyed different parts of it most. You traded stories of what you thought while you were eating dinner, then afterwards you pitched in to help clean up. You, along with Elizabeth and Cove, got to head back to the RV early and spend some time together while the parents stayed outside longer. It was nice to have this space to yourselves after the cramped journey there. And while Elizabeth had locked herself in the back room with her headphones, you and Cove were left in the main lounge area. Obviously, we're hanging out with Cove. Might as well get comfortable. Who knows how long they'll be out for. You took a seat on the sofa while Cove sat down on the other end, tapping his finger against his knee. Your cheeks warmed a little at that. Being close to him never failed to feel exciting. You'd seen Cove nearly every day for the past 5 years, but seeing him a jacket was still somewhat unusual. In Southern California, he could get away with that. It was still a simple difference from his normal style, yet you couldn't help noticing the way he looked right now. It looked great on him. In fact, Cove always looked nice. When Cove cleared his throat, your eyes snapped to his. He had an eyebrow raised and had clearly caught you staring at him.
What?
Is everything okay? Yes. Yeah, everything's really good. That looks nice on you. Yeah. I mean, it does look really nice on him. I like his jacket. Hope immediately blushed at the unexpected compliment. What? He didn't say anything more than that one-word question. You decided to elaborate further. You know, I hardly ever see you wearing a jacket, especially in summer. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I like wearing as few layers as possible. It's easier that way. I'd rather be cold than extra hot, and it's kind of a pain to carry extra clothes around. My parents made me bring this jacket. Honestly, valid. I'd also rather be cold than extra hot. I'm the same way. They're bulky and heavy, and they usually make me feel too warm. Cove smiled lightly at you and nodded. I've noticed. Oh? You perked up hearing that. I can't even talk. He noticed you too. I asked him what he liked to see others wear. Let's change the subject. That conversation had run its course. Instead, you asked Cove about what else he would have liked to do in the park if he had had more time. The two of you ended up chatting about various outdoor activities available: kayaking, rock climbing, hiking, horseback riding, wildlife walks. There were so many things to potentially choose from. You made an agreement that if one of you ever had the chance to come back, you'd bring the other two. Aw, that's so cute. That way you could try it all together again. Yay! The parents all arrived soon after, each of them climbing into the RV and finding some place to sit and rest their legs. Elizabeth, having heard the commotion, came out from the room for the first time since arriving and joined you all. You spent the evening chatting and playing a few games, enjoying the last evening of the trip together. Bedtime arrived within the blink of an eye. As the group hunkered down for the night, your mom did a final round to make sure nothing had been left behind. She explained that Cliff was going to start driving early in the morning, like on the first day, but would be letting everyone else in the group sleep. There wouldn't be a need for all of them to get up. Now was the time to check you hadn't left anything outside. You, as well as everyone else, were confident you had it all packed up inside the RV, which meant it was time to get some rest before the journey home tomorrow. Your moms and Elizabeth said goodnight, heading to the back room, while you climbed up to the loft. Cove and his family got situated below in the previously set arrangement. You tried to get comfortable as a million thoughts were running through your mind. It was hard to believe that the trip was practically over, and before you knew it, you'd be back in your own bed at home. You enjoyed the mini-adventure. It was short, that was for sure, but you got to see and do so much during your time here. All in all, it was a nice break away from home. The minutes ticked by silently. It didn't take long for the soft snore of Cliff and Kira to drift up to you. They were asleep now. You wonder if Cove was still awake and decided to poke your head out from the loft to find out. You blinked through the dark. Looking down the hall, you notice Cove laying on his back, his eyes staring straight up at the ceiling. His seafoam hair was spread out on his sleeping bag. He must have felt you watching him, because suddenly his eyes locked on yours. It was difficult to see much in the dim light, but you could make out the crooked smile on his face well enough. We'll grin back at him. Cove shrugged in his bed while still smiling, or at least you thought he did. Decide to have a quietly gesture for him to come over. We'll gesture for him to come over. Cove looked unsure about it, but you were happy to see he was slowly starting to sit up anyway. His sleeping bag rustled as he moved, though he tried to go slow, and froze up like a deer in the headlights every time he made a sound, watching his parents for any sign of movement. Eventually he managed to maneuver around his sleeping dad and make it to the ladder, standing at the bottom rung where he looked up at you and whispered, "What?" "Hi." Or invite him up. I feel like that's just asking for trouble, because his parents are literally right there. I kind of like hi. It's like all that work and all you get is a hi. Cove shook his head in disbelief, but you could see the hint of a smile peeking out. Good night. He turned right around and crept back to his spot on the floor. You laid down, shuffling on your back and looking up at the rivets set in the roof of the RV through the dark. At some point your eyes grew heavy and you gently drifted off into a deep sleep. When you woke up the next morning, it was to the rumble of the RV as it traveled the long journey home. Still blinking sleepily, you peeked over the edge of the loft to get a glimpse of what was happening. Cove was sitting with his mom on the couch, the two of them talking quietly. He must have noticed you moving up there, because Cove's ocean blue eyes snapped to yours and he gave you a smile. Morning, June. Good morning, Cove. Soon your moms and Elizabeth emerged from their rooms, dressed and ready for the day of travel. You spent most of the day hanging out together in the RV, savoring the last few hours of vacation. Kira suggested a few different travel games she used to play with Cove when he was younger, and you all had a great time competing against each other. When the RV finally pulled into your street, it was well into the night, and you were looking forward to crawling into your own bed after the last few days away. Everyone else must have been feeling the same, because it was mutually agreed that unpacking and cleaning the RV would wait until morning. Once home again, you went straight up to your room and dropped onto your bed, shoes and all. You miss being near Cove, you're happy? I feel like the answer is like all of these. You're happy being in your bed, but it felt weird to be alone, but also felt good to be alone. And you wished you were still on the trip, and you missed being near Cove. Like, I'm pretty sure you would feel all those things at once. What can I do? We miss being near Cove. The two of you had basically been living together for 3 days. It was nice. But you knew that it wouldn't be the last time the two of you would ever spend time together, and that thought comforted you. With those last few thoughts drifting through your mind, it wasn't long before you dozed off to sleep. Tomorrow, life would go on like normal. It was cute. Okay. I don't want to stop, but it's been 5 hours, and I haven't eaten yet. And I have stuff to do. Oh, okay. I'll be good. We will stop here. And we'll pick up on the DLC moments next week. I'm far too tempted to play tomorrow. But no, we'll save it. Okay, let me wake up my stream deck. I've been streaming for so long, my stream deck's fallen asleep. Okay, let me hop over here. So yeah, we're gonna end stream here. I hope you enjoyed it. I certainly did. I love this game so much. I just can't explain how much I love this game. It's so good. I'm so excited to keep playing it. But yeah, so that's all from me for today. I'll be back tomorrow, same time, 9 AM Pacific time. Playing more Borderlands 3 unless I decide to ditch it to play this some more, but I probably won't. Because I do want to finish the DLC. And in theory I'll be able to do that tomorrow. We'll see. Anyways, we'll be back tomorrow. Playing Borderlands most likely. But yeah, so thank you all for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you have a great rest of your day, and a great however long until I see you again. Until next time, bye bye.